Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a good one. Apologies for my inconsistency lately. Health go burr. It has not been pleasant. So, you know, in advance, sorry if I get up during the stream. Sorry if I have to cut it short. Just, trying to respect my physical limits. Right, Kevin? Ugh. Don, Dr. Seven, Mackers, Kitty, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I figured we'll do some fun Amara grenade stuff. I've continued to mess around with that a little bit in my downtime. And then maybe I do some more Mal1 speedrunning. But with this Amara grenade stuff, I've also started using action skills that are kind of overlooked. And augments that are kind of overlooked. That's been a good time. So maybe I'll do some experimentation with that. Mess around with some ideas in that department. I feel better. Take care of yourself. Doing my best, Kitty. Doing my best. But I appreciate that. Hey, Pris, how are you? So people tend to forget about this. Get well soon. Thank you. Tired, thanks. I feel that. Fist over matter, which is the grasp variant that actually does damage. And the way it works is you grab an enemy, and then that enemy will get held up, and then you'll get lingering AoE of just some fists punching the ground. I think they punch 6 times. And generally, for non-gun builds, you don't have that much red tree investment to actually have that. But in this setup, we do. And it's cool, because It'll spawn some Remnant Orbs, it'll give us our Samsara stacks. If we were running ASA 150, it would give us some uptime with that. Not currently running that, but... using it with the Allure Augment, so enemies do get pulled into the AoE. Not bad damage at all. Yeah, the thing that downed me was my own grenade hitting the shield from that death sphere. Which happens. I just remembered I'm gonna have to limit the amount of social media and stuff I scroll today, because early access for RE4 for, you know, some creators is live, and I don't want to get spoiled, despite it being a remake of an 18-year-old game I've played a dozen times. I want to go in, you know, with as little information as possible. So I think the plan for tomorrow is to stream RE4, because it comes out at midnight. Not fist over matter. You got me. You got me. That's where we aim the Guardian Angel. That's amazing. Amara fisting stream, you know it, Ember. You know what we're about. Thank you for wandering back into that. I'm here for it. Yeah, it's important to note that Fist Over Matter is not, like, optimal here, but it works well enough, and it's kind of fun. Using it with a lure and an atom bomb means it can set up some nice red explosion chains. I've got 150 over 90 on my GA, so that first punch often does a good bit of damage and at least builds up Groundbreaker. And it is good Samsara building, as every activation will give us full Samsara stacks. You can see third from the left on my buff bar, that ×5, that's Samsara. That's a lot of healing. And I basically, as long as I activate my action skill close to on cooldown, I have full stacks at all times. There's some action skills that struggle to do that. Phase Slam can do it easily, Fist Over Matter can do it easily, Tandaba can do it easily, the other ones do kind of struggle. Hey, J-Bridge, thank you for the 32 months. Downfall, please. Do I have Downfall unlocked in this tree? No. No. J-Bridge, you watched Mando last night? Or yesterday? Or anyone else? Guys, doesn't qualify because I didn't forget about it. There's the technicality.
Downfall PLZ Quagfire.
Yeah, I'm loving that we are now in the era of Star Wars where prequel fan service is the priority. And I'd like to tell everyone who doesn't like the prequels to eat shit, respectfully. Respectfully and with love. This time where Fissure was my daily driver for Amara action skills. Had a lot of fun with it for a while. Fissure's cool. I don't think I've tried it on this setup. I'll have to do that. We'll do that next run. Just waiting 10 years and the sequel trilogy gets it. Honestly, like, I'm okay with that. If they can make me like the sequels more, I'm down. It's like, I still maintain that The Force Awakens in a vacuum wasn't the worst thing. It's just, they had no, like, they never capitalized on anything from it. And then The Last Jedi would have been okay if Rian Johnson liked Star Wars. The man himself said he kinda wished they had done test screenings. I don't think he would have changed anything. Not anything major. And then they got a director who doesn't know how to end anything to end off the sequel trilogy that they had no plan for. Like, it could have been good, it just wasn't. But one of the big things Star Wars has done for the prequels over the last 20 years is lots and lots of added context from things like TV shows that kind of make it more cohesive. So, like, if they do that for sequels, yeah, I'm down. They had no plans to kick her. Yeah, that's absolutely wild. They really just thought they could shit out a trilogy and it would automatically be good. I'd like to note that every single Star Wars movie they had plans for after the sequels trilogies has been canceled. All of them. And they had a bunch on the slate. They're all canceled. Hey Jester, how you doing? Hey Textor Zombie. I feel blimps are cool. I don't know if I've thought about that enough to have an opinion. I think aesthetically blimps are cool. All for the Jedi guest star getting time to shine. Yeah, that's so wholesome. Absolutely love it. Did you know that that character... That's not the first appearance of that character? I did some research on that. Like, that's the first canonical appearance of that character, but it's not the first appearance of that character. Look, the Star Wars universe is cooler than the movies ever allowed it to be, if that makes sense. I get what you mean. Some of my favorite Star Wars stuff is, you know, not the movies. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2, one of my favorite games of all time. Easily my favorite Star Wars story of all time. It has a tone that, like, they'll probably never do in a Star Wars movie because kids would be like, I'm sad now. Surprised dots did that much damage. So I'm using a cryo grenade because there's weirdness with how the game converts cryo status efficiency to dot value. That makes it just better for applying dots. Use cryo with bonus elements if you're trying to do dots off of grenades. This boss resists cryo, so like I'm kind of impressed that the dots are still big. Like, that's a big dot just eating the shield right now. It's fine. Mr. Sean, how you doing? Had some problems with the rescue plot. It's yeah, I understand why they did certain things they did in the previous episode now, because there was, you know, a blink and you miss it. Hey, that's the thing from the previous episode. Like, I think it was cool how they tied in that set piece with that episode. But yeah, that's talking about the flashback thing with the present time plot line. I think that was a little silly. It was a little silly. Like the amount of time that passed in that whole mission was it gave us questions. So yeah, that was Fist Over Matter. Could definitely optimize to make Fist Over Matter do more of the damage, but this is a grenade build that has like a side dish of action skill. So I think I'm okay with that. Let's do a run with Fracture, see how that works out. Stop to eat and have a sleep. Had some scouting, went back, talked about it, went there, eat and sleep. Oh. It took at least a couple of days. Hey, McMillan, thank you for the 25 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I do want to say, to all you guys who are subbed, despite me being very inconsistent for the last few months, it really does help out. Like, thank you. I don't blame people for, no, dropping off in terms of subs, because I have been streaming lots of different things. I've been doing a lot of BL3 lately, but over the last few months, you know, a lot of people tend to be around for one kind of content, and that's totally understandable. I do the same with a lot of creators that I follow. But also I just haven't been keeping to my schedule very well. So I appreciate you guys who are still supporting, and anyone who isn't, don't feel called out by that, because I totally get it. I'm you, but for other people. Managed to make Downfall good. Things called Downfall. Yeah, you can make Downfall kill. It's just not really... It's still one of those things you have no reason to do, because at the end of the day, it's usually just a worse phase slam, because you could just phase slam 2 to 3 times in the time you can Downfall once. But you can make it kill. Hey Amber, how you doing? I don't need to run Allure with this. I'll run Revelation. I've been trying to find use cases for Revelation as an augment, and like, I have some ideas. So, because it chops off 15% of your action skill damage, but creates a new instance of damage that gets action skill scaling and stuff. So it's like losing 15% of your damage in exchange for a body and mind nova per enemy, basically, roughly. This nova gets bonus elements. It's a new instance of damage, so you could, in enough density, wind up dealing more overall damage. But that's going to require you hitting a bunch of enemies. So I think certain action skills you get some value, but it has to be a setup where like you aren't just killing with that, because then Expedite's more valuable. So because a lot of my kills are coming from dots and grenades here, I would get less out of Expedite to begin with. I fixed Fracture's bugs. One of them, I don't remember if they made the Slam Anoint work on it. But as far as I know, the other stuff is fixed. Stone Swan would know better than I would on that. Revelation gets splash bonuses? I believe so. It's a Nova. Definitely forgot about Fracture until they started using it. Mission accomplished. Let's go. Fracture's cool. It's a slam variant, but with a cast, like, cooldown profile. And sort of usage curve. And I think that's neat. And the way the actual action skill travels along the ground gives it some different gameplay in a practical sense. It's neat. Like, I think Fracture and Revelation might go well together for tightly packed mobs like that. But I think I would get more mileage out of Revelation on a URAD setup than what I'm using right now, because that's another bonus element that would be applying. Currently I have 150/90 on my GA, and Revelation probably isn't ever getting that bonus because, I mean, if it hits before Fracture does, then it'd be getting it, but if it doesn't, then it's not. So that's the issue. Although the Revelation from hitting the first enemy would get the 150/90 against the other enemies, provided the Fracture didn't land first. I think URAD's overall better for this, though. I could switch into that. So, like, now I'm not getting the benefit of Samsara, but honestly, I need 3 points to move down to this anyway, and it would just go into arms deal, so I'm not really missing out on anything. That's one of the things I like about this tree. I only end up wasting 1 sustainment point and then 3 Samsara points if I decide to switch to URAD on the spot. Revelation eating 15% action skill damage sucks too, to be honest. Yeah, there's no reason for it to be doing that. Because it already requires you to go farther in Green Tree than most action skill builds would ever go. Like, a lot go to Blight Tiger, but investing beyond that is, like, not really done super frequently. Like, sure, Arm Steel is good, but with Heavy Rain existing, and then you already have Splash in 2 slots on gear, it's like 8% splash per point? A lot takes Samsara. All the non-URAD ones are going to take this. But going down to this point is like payment enough. I don't think you need the action skill damage penalty. But this applies to a lot of Amara's augments, right? Like, I don't think Glamour needs a cooldown penalty and a damage penalty. I don't think Stillness of Mind needs a cooldown and a damage penalty. I don't think Allure needs a damage penalty, but Amara augments. Suppose I don't need the ASC rad with URAD. I should run a different element. I don't have a different element on the cryo light speed though. I don't like stillness of mind because if the action skill applies a dot, it instantly cancels stillness. It's still a short window of crowd control. Look at it this way, zombie. Like, even immediately canceling stillness like that is still better than grab snare at crowd control. And that's funny. Like, if you have Ascendant, then you're still CCing the enemy longer than grab snare does. No, barrel fog got me. Know that guy was there. There we go. I feel like they kept those from Amara's initial action skill designs, those combos. Yeah. And there are still some... Like, I like that some augments do go better with certain action skills than others. Like, Stillness of Mind goes really well with Ties That Bind, because you can just hold a crowd of enemies in place very easily. Goes better with the Grasp variants in general. Revelation at one point in time went really well with Ties That Bind, so that's noteworthy. But now it, like, has more of an argument for Fracture or Tandava, things that hit a bunch of enemies. It's unfortunate that, like, Expedite is as necessary as it is when action skill damage is the focus of your build, because it just kind of supersedes everything else. And before Expedite was a thing, Soul Sap was taken because it's the one without downsides. Did the thing, you did the thing, Asa. Revelation should add more than 15% damage back to every action skill except reverb. Still sucks, there's a penalty. Yeah. Yeah, anything that's gonna hit more than one enemy should net more total damage with reverb, or with Revelation, rather, right? Except, like, the damage is distributed in a way that it's usually not more practical damage. Like, you're often not killing that first enemy anymore, even though you're hitting for more total damage. So it's like better groundbreaker building, especially with bonus elements, but less consistency of kills, and that's what matters more. It's still cool though. Remove the penalty. There's a lot of Amara overhauls that it's one of the first things they do. It's just remove the penalties from the augments. So the work in progress, Oslands, Amara changes in your DMs. Yeah, I'm messing around with those a little bit. Fun stuff. Fracture should work with all of its annoyance. If I recall correctly, they fixed everything. Cool. Thank you for confirming. So that does mean that all of Amara's action skills at least function. Flak still has an annoyant that does nothing. It's fun. We got a dot on the boss. I think that's from Wildfire. Well, that's a juicy dot. I think that's from the URAD bonus element. Froze the better half. Very nice. I need to gauge the range better. This is not something Fracture is suited to, especially not with URAD. Like, having the tank from sustainment is what would allow that to be a kill still, but there's no enemies left. I should have left the better half. Flaganoid does nothing, Raxlag. With the release of DLC 5, that anoint broke and it no longer does anything at all. It's supposed to give 100% gun-only V2 after hitting a target with rack attack. So it wouldn't see much use nowadays. It was more desirable in the days before 150 over 90 than 300 over 90 was a thing. But now it's just literally completely useless. It doesn't have a function because it does nothing. Instead of just being outclassed. Kind of annoyed we never got an annoyed to increase the damage of rack attack like we did most other damaging action skills. Yeah, I wonder how much of that is them not bothering and how much of that is them knowing that, like, URAD and Flak went so well. It depends on the day. I lean one way or the other. Because, like, on the one hand, URAD helps also solve the fact that you don't have a rack attack augment to make it an element good against shields. That's one of the biggest issues that racks had for damage dealing before Cartelanoids came around. But, like, it also means you can't benefit from the healing of Rack Pack plus Flock and Load, which is one of the coolest things about Rack Attack. So, like, you could go Flock and Load Rack Pack with Revolter, and then, you know, the problem is solved that way. But then, in terms of your gun anoint, you're looking at, what, Terror Cryo or 150 over 90. Despite that 150 over 90 is only going to really apply to one rack and is redundant with the GA. It does create awkwardness. So, like, optimal rack attack, like, flow, you're going to introduce either 1 point of redundancy or 1 point of clunkiness. It's going to be either you generate terror through some means other than an ASE anoint, or you accept that you're not going to have access to that really good potential healing. It's weird. I don't like it. If they had given Rack Attack a Rad or Shock conversion augment, that problem wouldn't exist, but... Reminds you guys asked me to make an augment changes Rack's element. At the time I couldn't, but more than possible now. Ooh. Yeah, like, we just have the one that converts it to Cryo. If that had been... I mean, Corrosive Racks would have worked better with that tree. That would have been really huge for overall damage dealing. Like, Corrosive Racks with Bounty Hunter, that shit would go crazy. But in terms of overall, like, quality for the character and place of Rack Attack in the game as a damage dealing option, having Shock Racks would have been really, really nice. Stream title's accurate. Gearbox also forgot about Fist Over Matter. No anoint to boost its damage. Meanwhile, IB anoints. Yeah, there's no increased grasp damage anoint. So that's why we're stuck with 150 over 90. I suppose I should do a URAD Fist Over Matter run. Yeah. Get something like change element of racks based on the element of gun you're holding. Ooh, that'd be cool. Shock racks with GA. Ooh. Corrosive racks with reflux. be a good time. I mean, you could get non-Ellie racks. You'd have no reason to do so, but I think it'd be funny. Boneless racks, yes. Oh yeah, I don't have a lure on. Whoopsie. When in doubt, shoot the guardian angel. If there was a grasp damage annoyant, then I would have cleaned up Kraken very cleanly, but as it stands right now, URAD doesn't work as well there as 150 over 90 does, because 150 over 90 will boost the rad explosions from the other enemies hitting the Kraken. So, like, this sort of matter supremely disappoints me because it's the only grasp build that interests me, and grasp doesn't interest me outside of gun builds. Non-gun build grasp is fun. It's a more difficult puzzle to solve because you need to figure out your downtime. But that's why I've been enjoying Amara grenade build so much. Gives you a lot of flexibility to use like whichever action skill you want. Ideal fillers for that downtime, in my opinion, are grenades or ground slams. Or both. Only reason I don't have a slam prefix is just because I'm addicted to Atom Bomb. Icebreaker works really well here too, especially because I'm using a cryo grenade. But Atom Bomb addict. Hey, control. So relatable. The fist still went out. We're good. Good thing about Revelation on Fist Over Matter is it triggers on the grasp, not the fist. So it's like having a 7th instance of damage more than it is like it triggering on each of the fists. So less damage than it would be that way, but it does let you front load the damage a little bit. Like I get that damage there and then the fists start happening. Yeah, you get six slams plus a Nova. How doing today? Doing okay. And with those crisp, boneless racks, we're having blue cheese and not ranch. Clarifying that. Ass Frozen Heart and Icebreaker on Phase Slam action skill damage build. So that works. The perfectionist in me doesn't like using Icebreaker with Frozen Heart on builds that are like already going to be able to naturally freeze a lot of enemies. Reason being is one of the two things the Icebreaker does is cryo efficiency. Like, meh. But it is damage. Ultimately, if you're using that with, say, a Slaminoid and a GA, though, it's not going to be much. So I prefer going, like, Flesh Melter, Corrosive, or URAD, and then Atom Bomb. But it's a perfectly viable approach. Just keep in mind, as Amara, since you have Violent Tapestry, you can freeze things, like, very easily. An invincible trooper. I hope that doesn't end up mattering. Nine hours to Resident Evil 4 Remake. I will have to hold off on playing at midnight, because the plan is to stream it tomorrow. If my body can take it, I'll do the full game tomorrow. I really like the idea of running, like, Hex with Fist Over Matter, Ellie Projector, Red Suit. But I have to go no Forceful Expression to go that route. Because Red Suit can't protect me from that. Because, like, you could go, instead of GA, Unforgiven, especially if you'd be in melee range. Because, ASA 150 is V2. So ASA 150 plus Unforgiven should work out to more formula for specifically the Hex beams than a close range GA would. Just an idea I had. Totally forgot about using Tapestry for anything except getting on the tree. Tapestry is amazing for dots and for cryo. Well, those two things are very closely related, but yeah. This is a max Tapestry build because we're doing both dots and cryo. Have your fungus cheese then. I will. Made a nade build a while back in Amara featuring a red suit plus deathless. Much survivability, but very powerful. Yeah, Red Suit Deathless is definitely harder to play than a lot of others, but you get some good damage value out of it. This is one of those situations where Clear the Mind would go so hard. Did that miss? Grasp targeting, hello? Where did that go? I was looking right at the boss. Okay, that time I wasn't. I don't think I landed enough grenades. Alright, come here. Yeah, punch the air. Scuffed. I think I made that build before Expedite fix. I wonder how much it changes things. If Fist over Matter was getting a lot of the kills, then you'd probably have 100% action skill uptime, CZ. Because, like, Expedite working with Shooting Star for mobbing makes it so it basically doesn't have a cooldown. Like, you genuinely don't need Avatar. It's already using Golden Rule. Oh, yeah, so you just don't have a cooldown, then. I think it'd be possible to make an Amara action skill damage build viable for Mayhem 10 with no DLC content. Yes. Source, we've already done that. A lot of people forget that non-gun builds were alive and well before, like, the Guardian Angel existed. Including Amara stuff. I know myself, Stone Swan, and Lazy all did different flavors of URAD, like, phase cast gun hybrid Amara. And that was the time before Revolter. That was the time before GA. It was the time before Expedite. There you go. AmaraBuilds.com. My personal variant was I ran around shooting doll guns with URAD Anoint and using Reverberation. Heard URAD. I'm here for it. Hey, Ken. Hey, me too. Yeah, CZ did it as well. Okay, what do we rock next? I really enjoyed messing around with Glow Up. We did that, what, last week before? Deliverance is what I was originally running on this setup, and I really wanted it to work. It just didn't. Maybe I'll try Deliverance with URAD. I don't think I did that. So, like, an aspect of Deliverance that I think is pretty cool is the orbs, the small projectiles that it spawns, those guarantee apply a dot of your action skill element. But it's a tiny dot. It's tiny. Plans to add some of the AmaraBuilds.com builds to the build doc. I mean, obviously I'm not speaking for the man himself here. I don't really think it's necessary, though, because they can just kind of coexist. There's already a little bit of overlap. Amara.gun is in both. But, like, I don't think it's really necessary. Just have two good resources that stand on their own. Who's excited for Budokai Tenkaichi 4? I'm excited for that, Mozilla. One of flat builds. .biz. If I had more time, I'd do flat builds. More time and web design skills. I have neither. Like, those little orbs, those always apply dots. But, like, it's a shit dot. Even with max dot investment. And one thing I tried is the ASE status, chance, and damage. And that only seems to apply to gun dots, which is really weird and unfortunate. Because it did not work on dots from ASC 50s, it did not work from dots from Lightspeed, and it did not work from Deliverance dots. Not there, I thought Sun added it. I thought Sun just pinned it to the endgame channel, but like, one of those things happened. It's weapon status damage, yeah. It's tiny, you weren't supposed to tell anyone. Listen, it's not the size, it's what you do with it, Control. And what you do with it is be small. Haha, got him. Tiny dot. This game and Stu Pickles toys is something in common, held together with paper clips and rubber bands. True, Ken. True. Jab cross, one of my favorite Amara skills, feels like there's little reason to go down to it. So, like, jab cross is thematically interesting, but in terms of performance, it's just terrible. Like, it's awful value for where it is. Oh, I accidentally put that out. Like, you have action skill damage T1 from do harm, but then you have awakening to boost it, and then you have avatar to get more stacks. Like, that's a three-piece combo that's already really good for action skill damage. And then in Purple Tree, you have Admin, which on its own isn't great value, but it's a good skill on the way to get Clear the Mind, which is good for, in particular, action skill builds. Jab Cross is minimum 20 points, 21, I should say, points deep in this tree. And then it's more than admin per point, but like it's more opportunity cost as well. And then the gun damage from it is really bad. 3% is not good. Hey Luke, how you doing? Like, 3% is why we avoid Grim Harvest on gun builds on Flak. So, yeah. It's an okay amount of percent, if you say so. We don't get decent dot out of that. It's sad. It's just the upfront damage killing, which makes Deliverance just inferior to Phase Cast because it does less damage. Like 47k versus 44k with the same cooldown. So like Deliverance is a downgrade from the base version of the action skill. And I think that's really sad. Meanwhile, Reverberation absolutely slaps. I realize there are probably people young enough in chat to not know who Stu Pickles is. It still blows my mind that Stu Pickles is supposed to be like 29. And he looks like he's 47. He's supposed to be 29? Yeah. Crazy, right? I'm out of range. Moldy than Stew feels wrong in every level imaginable. Yeah, it's weird. I guess it's like, people did age differently. Like, I'm sure a lot of you have seen that picture that's, like, central to this discourse of, this dude has a picture of his dad in his 20s and, like, the 70s, and dude legit looks like he's 50. Actually, I'll take the L here, because I want to just do that section again. Rugrats? Yeah. Love when a tier 5 skill on Amara gives less gun damage than a tier 1 skill for Flak. Well, Amara's got really inefficient skills in a couple places. Like, we take Restless just because if you don't have Expedite, you need it. You just need it. If you don't have Expedite or Golden Rule or some combination of the two, you need this. And often setups that have Expedite still take it to move down. Especially if they don't ever switch weapons. Like, this build doesn't really switch weapons. And then you have Arm Steel is like really minor splash, but there's not that many splash skills in Tree in the game, so it's, you know, something. Jab Cross is really bad gun damage. So there's a few inefficient skills. Let's try 10th Alpha Revelation. Also, I don't know why I have the Terror Face Muncher on. Do I have another one? I do. I should have that. I don't know if that's stuff. Oh, it is. Cool. Ah, Tandava, my beloved. The fact that this thing just goes through walls makes it so incredibly good. Like, the coverage is incredible. Look at how fast that courtyard clears. Just place it in the middle of the red dots and profit. That's Revelation stopping that from being a kill. I don't mind though. Deliverance is Unforgiven his actual deputy build. Yeah, the Deliverance projectiles can crit, so like, I guess you could do that. Like, if you were doing a setup where you were actually shooting the Unforgiven, I guess you could run like that. I don't know, phase cast 250 gun damage. Just memeing on them being Western movies. And one went over my head. Good indicator of the brain capacities I'm operating at this week. Apologies. Bro, I'm out of your flamethrower range. What are you doing? He really just went for that 3 times. A Trifin. Assuming you have exactly what you want for your build, is that why you don't check the legendaries to drop? I mean, yeah, I don't farm in this game. My enjoyment of this game comes from build crafting, and not from the shitty Borderlands loot system. I'm happy to be an example of how, you don't need to dangle items over players' heads to get them to play the game longer. I have almost 7,000 hours in this game, and very little of that is farming, because I don't enjoy it. Ouch. Use your skills to their max potential rather than relying on a lucky farm dropper item. I mean, partially that, but I also just save edit in the items I want to use for a build. Reason being, if I'm gonna try out a highly experimental setup that would require a very specific roll of a very obscure item that would take me weeks, months, years to farm, only for that item to turn out to be a bust, I'm not gonna waste that amount of time on that. Like, I'm a tinkerer, I'm a build crafter. I'm not gonna spend all of that time on an aspect of the game that I do not enjoy and do not think is well designed or well executed, when I could just play the video game instead. And a lot of the currently active player base feels that way. Majority of the people who are playing right now are either people who really, really enjoy not getting the items they're farming, or people who don't farm at all. There's very little in between. Like, friend of the community, Alec the Cleric, who was around last stream. He's been farming for a triple roll revolter for a year. Just any triple roll revolter for a full year. Imagine if I wanted a triple revolter of like any particular part, such as, I don't know, this one, to test out a specific build interaction. Farm for a year or add it in 2 minutes and test it. It's amazing, and I'm glad it exists for the people who don't have time to. Yeah, it just allows everyone to play the game the way they want to. Really, Farmer? I mean, that said, I'm also not playing at the moment, so proving you right. How you doing, Aurorius? Oh yeah, Revelation really makes that damage drop off a cliff. Do you not get one for each of the legs? You should, right? We got a good dot on there. That was too early. Okay, you got it all wrong. It's not farm for a year. It's farm for at least a year. Still hasn't gotten it. Oh yeah, you're absolutely correct. Sorry. Yes, at least a year. Borderlands 3 has item farms that are theoretically longer than a human lifetime. So like, yeah. That's not where I get my giggles. I get my giggles by testing out builds. And by pushing them to their limit. There's no wrong way to enjoy the game. There's just aspects of the game that I think are poorly designed that I do not enjoy because of that poor design. Shouts to 94 Sham being a reasonable farm compared to BL3. Yeah, 94 Sham is like your average specific roll of anything in this game. Nuzlocke, .app actually added stuff for Scarlet and Violet. Ooh, I didn't know that was a thing. That's neat. I was thinking about doing a Violet Nuzlocke for stream content. Like, I keep kicking that can down the road because it's content that not a lot of people around here would be super interested in. Impulsive decision bit me in the ass really badly. Oh no. Everything okay? Etrigan? Must have an Icebreaker Vic Rush with plus AR damage, plus radius, and plus HP. Start farming now. Be less painful than this Deadman's Legacy. Ugh. Ugh. Also D3 update, 1300 Paragon, solo GR 142. 142 at 1300 Paragon is sick, Aurorius. That's awesome. I only just hit 1300 Paragon yesterday. I haven't bothered to push past like 130. I just never really tried. I've been messing around with a silly little necro build though. I've been doing LOD Corpse Explosion. And it's surprisingly efficient. LOD Poison Corpse Explosion. Using Black Death in the cube with Poison Army of the Dead, Poison Corpse Explosion, and Poison Siphon Blood. Oh, and Poison Land of the Dead, so I get 4 stacks. It's pretty cool. Let's just say it's so sure I got a new job, quit my current job. Oh no. Oh man, that's a tough one. I'm sorry, Etrigan. I hope you get that figured out sooner rather than later. Play the game when it came out, then put it down, got a Steam Deck, and got all the Borderlands games again, and really loving them again. Hey, that's awesome, Trifin. That's awesome. Borderlands series is just really, really replayable. 3 is by far my favorite, just because of the depth of the build crafting. And the endgame content design. Takedowns are just both masterpieces. I guess I can show you guys the Moe's shitpost I was working on the other day. That was like the LOD Scythe build with extra steps. It's It just plays like you use Golem, Flesh Golem, to make corpses whenever Land of the Dead is on cooldown. You just explode those while keeping Siphon Blood stacks up. And then Army of the Dead is a filler. And then when you have Army of the Dead, you just corpse explode everything. It's fun. I've gotten it up to like 118, something like that, without too much trouble. Only like 2 of the gear pieces are augmented. I have the lowest possible roll on Mantle of Channeling, so that's like some free damage. I still need to get an Ancient Johnstone for the bigger LOD bonus. We're using Prog Zodiac. I'm not using it. It's relying on raw cooldown. Yeah, because of Season 28, you, like, by popping your potion, you can just get Empowering Shrine or Channeling Shrine or the cooldown circle. So, like, Zodiac Ring isn't as needed. So I don't have a spender to proc it. I'm running Decrepify, Flesh Golem, Corpse Explosion, Army of the Dead, Siphon Blood, Land of the Dead. Necro's so cool. It is. Necro's got some really cool Season 28 tech. Like, there's a rune for Leech that makes it so kills on leeched enemies reduce potion cooldown. So you can combine that with the altar perks. It's got my airsoft today. That's cool. Taking a break to make a dock and farm some Paragon in groups. I should really get my Paragon up if I'm going to push weird builds. Like, at the start of the season, I pushed Weapon Throw Barb and got the highest non-Hammer of the Ancients Barb on the board. Although I should check to see if that's still true. Okay, so this is an Iron Bear thing. And if I can get this working, you'll see why it's silly. I think I need different... What did I change? I changed something. I need less damage. I changed something that it got less consistent. Put on that one, see if that solves it. Oh no, it's the enemies hitting me. Okay. So Moses' biofuel skill has this thing where you briefly saw it before an enemy hit me. As long as you don't have too many instances of self-damage going, you can survive on 0 HP with biofuel active in Iron Bear. Like, you can see it get to 0 and I don't die. As I was fiddling with the build, I somehow introduced an inconsistency that kind of stopped that from happening. Let me try taking this off and see if that fixes it. But yeah, you can totally just self-damage your way to the success, and Elemental Projector is a thing. Using no PPU for guaranteed ignite chance. Yeah, it's not working right now. I changed something about it that made it a little less consistent. Using Salamanders with Molten Roar. Very briefly hung out on 0. It's a good example of a work-in-progress meme. It might be me standing in the Molten Roar puddles that's killing me. No, it's not that. gotta figure out why that's bypassing biofuel. But yeah, this thing right here gives Bear actual immortality under the right circumstances. Enough D3 rambling? Oh, no, I don't mind talking D3. Witch Doctor is the best Rift Guardian killer at the moment. Generator build, Corpse Spiders. I believe it. I believe it. Ever since they revamped that set, it's pretty crazy. Because of the damage sharing and the spider just doing good damage. Do one more, Amara. Do one more. It's LOD? Ah, it's just LOD spiders? Yeah, I stand corrected. That's cool. Hope you're doing well, Voodoo. Congrats on the run. The most recent one you submitted. I know the popular Rift Guardian killers right now are Witch Doctor and then Rathma's Necro. Which is cool to me, because it feels like for a bunch of seasons it was just Shadow DH, but then they nerfed Shadow DH, which is... I still don't feel good about it. Or later tried Gunfire yet? I have not yet. I have not yet. Cool thing about Allure is, so the Allure augment, you see where it says duration 2.5 seconds? It adds a duration to action skills that don't have a duration. I can prove it. It says ability currently in use. It's because I have an action skill duration on my phase cast. So you can have AS 150 active for a little bit. Thanks, really raging right now. It's 6 seconds advantage, exiting room 2 of Instinct, and lost everything in room 3. Oof. Oof. Ruin Reaper to triple the number of spiders. Ah, that's cool. That's cool. I guess it makes sense that people would think of that with how relevant Simulacrum is right now. For Necro stuff, so like transferable logic. I have the right GM. Yeah, I do. Go from seeing 500 billion per hit in mobs to an absolute rain hitting 70 plus trillion. That's sick. That should kill. Q. Trying to go to 4-minute with Amara. No, I'm just chilling right now. I'll probably push more flak today. After this. love the light speed. What I don't love is how, on an instinctive level, how willing people are to downplay grenades in this game. Like, even when you get someone to accept that grenade builds are good, they'll immediately go to, well, they're only good because of Guardian Angels. Like, no, it just helps. Some characters benefit more than others do. Like, Flak doesn't need it at all for grenades, whereas Amara really likes it. Oz doesn't need it at all for grenades. Zane can't do anything relevant with grenades without it, but that's because he's got 0 support for it in skill tree. Well, not 0. Next to 0. Which is an excellent example of how Zane is just so limited in his design. And all the slack is picked up with gear. Like, the only people who believe Zane has more build diversity than other characters are people who only play gun builds. Because in terms of non-gun archetypes, he has the least coverage. Hey, Avengeld, how you doing? Please let me know if I butchered your name. You fine? Cool. Okay, you? I can't complain too much. Today is better than last couple days. I'm just vibing, enjoying some build crafting. Hey Tom, how you doing? Who doing fine? My Blasphemy Zane, Fishless Singer. Yeah, it's because gear. Like, you could have that Zane with no skill points at all and still bully every enemy in the game just because of how powerful building around Efficient Stinger is. Like, 0 skill points Fish Slap beats every gun with every skill tree maxed. Which is how it is. Probably look into gear that works for my character. Which character are you playing? Ah, Barrel Fog. I wonder how good you could get the dots off of Pestilence Nova, now that I think about it. Flak, built to have bitter regen, still do decent damage. That's pretty much how Flak goes in a lot of cases. Rage and Recover is one of the most powerful sources of regen in the game, but it does require you killing. So, like, in a lot of Flak setups, you do end up going all out for the damage, but then your survivability comes from either killing things before they kill you, continuing to kill things to keep Rage and Recover active, or using aggro redirection. Things like the Not My Circus taunt, the Red Fang taunt, Mesmer Grenade, Dominance Capstone, all that. Flak isn't gonna try to survive the way the other characters do, because there's just no point in doing so. not having lifesteal is a boon for Flak, because it gets you thinking about survivability in much more creative and active ways. I really like that aspect of the character's design. Flak is the character I play most, so if you got Flak questions, you're in the right place. Hey Dex, how you doing? How am I today? I'm okay. Feeling better in the last couple days. Just, my health has been a clusterfuck. I apologize to everyone again for the unreliable stream schedule. But, trying to take care of myself a little bit better. Yeah, I'm doing okay today. How you doing, Uncle Noble? Dot on you? I do. Beautiful. As long as you don't Goomba stomp me, we're good. It. Nice. That's clean. Carry Bounty Hunter, not running Red Fang. Yeah. Good choice. Good choice. Bounty Hunter is, like, very frequently optimal damage dealing on Flak. And then, now my Circus is free survivability. Good combo. Speaking of Flak, let's do some Flak stuff. Do I jump right into speedrunning? Fuck it. Speaking of my health being the top priority, I'm gonna throw that all in the trash and try to do all of RE4 Remake in one sitting tomorrow's stream. It'll probably be a while, because I'm going to take it slow. Watch any good shows lately? I know you're talking about Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan's fantastic. The adaptation is, like, really, really good. New episode of Mandalorian. It's pretty good. I've been enjoying Season 3 quite a bit. This is a warm-up. Yeah, I don't have timer on right now because I expected this shit to happen. Put on timer for the next one. Just need to get out of my Amara muscle memory. Last of Us is pretty good. Yeah. That was a pretty good Valkyrie skill. If I can replicate that on a run where I'm actually speedrunning, that'd be nice. Started watching the Cyberpunk Netflix show, and it was pretty cool, like the graphic style. Yeah, Cyberpunk Edgerunners is, it did end up winning Anime of the Year, I believe. I don't think it should have gotten that, but I do think it was exceptionally good. It did the Cyberpunk IP a lot of favors, because it brought the highest concurrent players since launch. Like, it actively revived the game. Surprised I never introduced anything to counter Cryoslow in BL3. I mean, they attempted for Zane with antifreeze. But other than that, yeah, no. Bad movement. Honestly, I could do that whenever a Death Sphere gets away, just nail him with Kick Charger. So I'm gonna have overkill as long as I don't go down constantly. Pretty good bridge. This is a good warm-up run. I suppose I could put on timer for the load and kill since I'm here. What mouse am I using? I can't remember if I asked before. You know, I don't exactly know what model. It's some, like, thing that Broadtower recommended. Hang on, I have the box here. What's the company here? Got BenQ ZA11B. Broadtower recommended it, and it was my backup mouse for a long time. Before that, I was using a some Steel Series thing that was my previous backup mouse. If I need a warm-up period and switching builds, or muscle memory be bumping pretty quick. I generally need a warm-up period when I'm switching between builds in a speedrunning context. Probably finding something reliable. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a mouse that I've been, like, super into, Tom. Like, I have keyboard preferences. Like, the best keyboard I ever had, Razer Chroma. That was pretty good. Lasted me a while. I really like the configurability on that. The audio feedback was pleasant to me. But yeah, I don't really latch on super hard to any of my input devices, like mouse, keyboard, mic. I just kind of use what works. I'm thinking about replacing my mic, but it's not a priority thing. Not bad for a first one. Oh, I never did check the highlight to see if that that one I did last stream was faster than my PB. I should. Also, the pet totally killed this, and I'm so proud. Alright, let's do an actual run. So, above my head, you've got my personal best, 351. The world record for flak for this content is 344. It's gonna be a grind to get that run. And I suck at the first room of the takedown, so that's probably where I lose all my time. Mallow and takedown is not a category I enjoy running because it's very RNG heavy. Like, it's more RNG in a less than 4-minute run than you get in the 16-minute run of Guardian takedown. And that just frustrates me. While you also have to deal with barrels in this content, which is not something that occurs in GTD at all. But we run these anyway. Please die to the dot. Lucky static charge chain there. I think I jumped too soon. I didn't. Ah, that's really unfortunate. I was just standing in the worst possible place. It bounced off the terrain and got me. Pure skill issue. Oh. And my racks were kind of slow cooperating. That could have been PP pace, but me going down there, and then that rack incident did cost a bunch of time. RNG and speedrunning overall is an annoying reality. Something so skill-based having so much randomness. Yeah, whales. That's why I really like categories that minimize the RNG. Here you see this build's kicking ass. Yeah, I can go over for you at the end of the run. This build's rack staff. You might have heard of it. It's just kind of peak flak in most scenarios. This is the result of back in 2020. This is actually what put me on the map as a creator. In 2020, I was doing some theory crafting, and with the help of Rator, who was one of the other flak theory crafters of the time, the goat himself, and a bunch of whiskey at 4 a.m., I ended up stumbling onto what became flak endgame speedrunning meta. It's Nova spam with the Stinger and Rack Attack. A lot of damage formula. And some fish slap. It would be a corroder. I would get cryoed there. It's so unfortunate. Yeah, I think my mistake during Valkyries actually stopped us from being record pace. No, and then I bad inputs there. Yeah, I didn't throw the safety fish because I knew that wouldn't be it, but it's okay. Rip Nukem big brain play. I can do that. It's just the face puncher gives me some safety. I'll put back on the Nukem if it makes you happy. Like the aesthetic of MTD more. I got more nostalgia from seeing it over GTD. It's just my opinion, of course. Yeah, I like them both for different reasons. We didn't need it. Yeah, it's just one of those things that it's nice to have. I didn't need the face puncher either. Like, that weapon slot is just kind of not necessary in either case. It's cool to have some style. Yeah, so the core of this is the Stinger, the shield here, is it creates a Nova that counts as melee damage. Fish Slap is a grenade that counts as melee damage. So we lead into boosting melee damage, and we use the action skill start, Shield Break, Anoint, to get a melee Nova every time we hit our rack attack button. And our racks themselves, because of the Peregrine class mod, will deliver Fish Slaps. So we have lots and lots of ways of dealing large amounts of melee damage. We have static charge artifacts, so any of those Stinger hits, any of those Fish Slap hits, create a really, really toxically strong chaining effect. And we clear enemies very efficiently. This version of the skill tree and stuff is set up for speedrunning, so I've sacrificed a lot of damage just because I have enough. Like, I'm using the Gunslinger Jabber just to go faster. I don't have melee damage or elemental damage on the artifact just because I can go faster. We're using a Rad Stinger, which is not optimal for boss damage just because we're never actually using the Stinger on the boss. I reckon a jumping part hurt more than help. I think for Woden specifically it'd be a help, but anything before that is probably more painful. I think it's gonna create too many scenarios where it's gonna kill me, honestly, CZ. Like, I could try it. Yeah, like, this is one jumping part. But I think it creates too many scenarios where it just kills me. But yeah, Avengel, this build is the build that holds every single top 5 time and time trials for all of the takedowns and Hemovorus. So true and scaled for both Maliwan and Guardian and Hemovorus. Everyone uses this build. Because it is the most efficient. Something else killed me. My own fish killed me. Well, I didn't mean to clear Kraken with the hollow point. Yeah, we'll see if it ends up hurting me. Stop doing that. It's just bad Valkyrie AI that cost me time there. I think I got it, but we'll see. How do we have a straggler over there? That doesn't happen. Oh, you would be that element. It's toxic. Yeah, I'm very behind now. Definitely not a competitive run this time. I got most of the barrels. Enough of them. Like, the lingering damage is nice, but that happens. I gotta slide through there and hope it doesn't kill me, but it probably will kill me. That was the first time. That's one of the areas I'm most worried about. That was a typo, but 7 Odin would have been a good name too, I suppose, yeah. I'll keep running with the jumping part and see what happens. Ah, I love getting that bug. Yeah, maybe I should throw fish for that, because you know that rare chance of no racks coming out kind of ruins that strat. It was a Z. Zot. Oh, yeah, you know, it looked like a 7. Because my resolution on this monitor is ass. So we're just gonna go with what I said. See, it looks the same, Jaybridge. It looks exactly the same. Seven up the invincible. Hey, buddy. What am I doing? What did I miss? Alright. What a start. What a start. That one doesn't count? Yeah. I was testing you guys. You passed, by the way. Good job. Fucking King Charger. So that fish slap didn't instantly kill Kraken, but I think that's because I didn't have power inside on, and I definitely jumped too soon. Ugh. Worked out though. Rax took a bit of a wide turn there. 30 isn't good. I made up a bunch of time with how smooth that went. Ship can block that? Yeah. There's an argument for using that to my advantage to hit the barrels from an angle I otherwise couldn't. Ah, I missed the barrels. One was being very resistant to walking into the fish path. I don't think I lose too much time for that. Yeah, no, I'm alright. Once again, not the run, but a decent run. Again? Hello? Of all the places where I need that to not happen, it happened there twice in a row. Hey look, the jumping part got me. Yo, that doesn't count? Oh, okay. My bad. So yeah, because Gearbox patched in a chance for all action skills to fail in the summer of 2021, sometimes I lose a run just to racks not happening when I press the rack attack button. Nothing I can do about it. No point getting mad. Is what it is. It does make me think that maybe for that phase I should just shoot the kick charger again. Nice attempt though. Thank you. I think the Valkyries went well, and the bridge almost went well. I've been missing the Nukem lineup like consistently though. I don't know why I suddenly forgot how to do it, but I'll keep trying. My least favorite part of the run. I already lost 4 seconds. And I left a straggler on the left. I think a bounce got him. Hello.
Excuse me? Ugh. Unfortunate rack trajectory. But hey, labbing out these runs like this is how we get consistency. I'm trying to fix my barrel lineup issue. Leave me alone. I like how I didn't lose time to any of that because I'm getting terrible boxes. I forgot to deal with those. Reset. I nuke him in max radius parts. Think so? Let me check. Got projectile speed. Reload time. 4-round mag. The reload time tail. Actually, no. I don't have the reload time tail. I have, I had the mag size tail. So this isn't max radius. This is, I'm using tail 1, so I get more shots, but maybe I should try a max radius one. Maybe that could make it better. No, I'll use tail 2. I'll just have to, like, not miss, I guess. Yeah, 1 mag instead of 3 for extra 200 radius. Could be worth. Just don't miss. Gotta get some stuff done. Thanks for sharing the build. Try farm some gear this weekend. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Evangel. I hope you're getting done of stuff. Grammar, whatever. You get what I'm getting at. I hope it all goes well for you. And it was nice meeting you. 20% pre-out radius might be it. Yeah, like the radius of this should be absolutely bonkers. Like that's gonna be that entire section. It should be bigger radius than the VFX. Actually, we can just see. Yeah, like that still hit me. I just need to not miss. How are you not dead? Mods. me in so I can reset.
Stupid zero tech.
I do wonder about getting more gun damage in the spec to, like, ensure consistency. But I don't think there's a feasible way. Like, for a while I was actually seeding my two-fang shot for that first guy, but it's such a pain in the ass. You know how the Nukem's barrel's a straight line, the rocket travels out of the barrel at a 90-degree angle. It gets sillier with projectile speed. Like, it doesn't look too crazy that way, but with this anoint, it's an entirely different arc. See, it's not quite correct. Lose fire. Ugh. Shouldn't have slid before that. Come on. Fine, I'll reset. I want to anyway. Or radiation. The fact that the Nukem doesn't roll in radiation as one of its elements bothers me still. Like, the Scoville rolls in fire or non-elemental, and it's a DLC 1 item. The Nukem is a DLC 1 item that has a nuke in the name, but it only rolls non-elemental. Fucking cryo, man. Why am I fucking cryoed, man? I hate it. Racks? Oh, they just didn't target anything. Cool. Reset. Basically, the way that encounter needs to go is, I need the racks to go for that Valkyrie, which means my Nova needs to wipe out the other enemies. But if that doesn't happen, then it goes down to rack AI. That's not something you ever want to have to rely on. Why am I cryoed? headshot way too late. Satisfying sounds, IMO, rat explosion, call headshot, B amp. I agree with that. Fish really didn't hit anything? Amazing. I guess we're in the stupid resets portion of the stream. Whatever. All point overcall headshot for me. Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. That particular Valkyrie is an asshole. That's why I say, hey man, nice shot. Oh, it's gonna be stuck in my head all day. Like Amara's dot screaming. Seek assistance. And the accompanying thunk, thunk, thunk. Fuck me, dude. I really want a different courtyard strat just because that pisses me off so much. Why am I cryoed? Hey Luker, how you doing? How am I running so fast? I have movement speed bonuses on my skill tree and my gear. And Snowdrift Artifact makes me slide very quickly as well. This is slow. Yeah, a lot of things add up. Dot slap sounds a bit much. Yeah. I'll show you all my movement speed bonuses since I'm resetting. So this gun gives you 10% while you're holding it as long as your feet are touching the ground. The Crater's EMP5. I have 2 movement speed passes on Artifact. It's one of the few stats that can double roll down here, so it's 27%. I have 4 additional points into Interplanetary Stalker for my class mod. And when you kill beasts, you get movement speed with this skill. Scroll bar is broken because Borderlands UI moment, so I can't tell you how much exactly you get at 9 points, but yeah, you get that stacking up to 3 times. You get 10% as long as your health is over half. 25% from EMP5, thank you, not 10%, 25%. You get 10% as long as your health's over half with Fast and Furious, and Gunslinger Jabber gives you 5%. I have 5 points in Barbaric Yawp, increasing that to 15%. That's all my movement speed. And then, of course, Snowdrift Artifact gives you 128% while sliding. Go that way. Oh, fuck. Okay. One of the racks listened. The other two didn't. Definitely saw the barrel pop that time. See me fast boxes? Ooh, you did. Yeah, no barrels. That's sick. Fuck off, dude. That was actually the fucking kick charger's fault. And then we got the bad jump. Amazing. Whatever, man. Oh, I hate the kick charger. 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 Me too. Hi, Super. So like, unironically, I'm about to do a funny. I'm about to do a funny. We're gonna get silly. Hey Mo, how you doing? More accuracy parts? Sillier. Give me a second. We're using an ion cannon. Based. It's not even a max damage ion cannon. It's one part down from that, so I can have a projectile speed part. It's not max projectile speed, it's not max damage, it's middle ground. I can adjust in either direction if I find I need to. Eating sushi? Ooh, let's go. Need the damage? I think with overkill I might still have enough. I was afraid of this. What, that we would eventually start using that over a kick charger just because the ion cannon actually goes where you fucking shoot it? Here, you guys can stare at this beauty for a moment. I'm gonna run to the bathroom before this run. Alright, me back. Going where you shoot it sounds overrated. Gauge mains. Hey, as a former Gauge main, I resemble that remark. Oh no, it didn't kill. Oh no, I also don't have mag size. Pain. Oh, I didn't think this through. Why do I have to use this? At least it's not the porta pooper. Like, the ion cannon's not bad, don't get me wrong. But the kick charger is of a level of power where I'm getting kills I have no right to without gun investment. Aren't there accuracy parts? Yeah, let's look. Let's look. Alright, let's see. Yeah, so the tail part I have right now has an accuracy penalty. So I guess maybe swap that out. Gearbox smiling from ear to ear is why the part system's so good. I hate this. Yeah, let's try this one. Go accuracy on comm. I could do that over the melee damage part. Hey, boom. Let's see, I guess, yeah. We'll see if this one's still able to consistently secure the kills. Like, it just needs to be able to one-shot these turret guys and hit Valk Skip. I don't need it for anything else. I like to use it for a couple other things situationally, but we'll see if this kick charger that is not max damage. secured the shot, but it didn't kill. I guess I just need to charge it longer there. Why am I dotted to hell? What is this? There's a reset anyway, but... Over here making me want to re-download BL3 and speedrun. Do it, Ember. Do it. Time trials has been popping off lately. We've had a lot of motivated runners. Still plenty of categories that are that have room for improvement. Bunch of records that are up for grabs. Oh fuck, you're gonna make me speed run. Motivation? What's that? Where's mine? Let me make that peregrine before I forget about it. Vladov gets an accuracy passive. Is that bigger than the regular one? We gotta run fucking Vladov accuracy? I don't want to make whoever made that stat feel good. Yo, nice. I'm getting dotted so much. Hey, Sora. Thank you for the 22. I appreciate it. Where's my damage? What happened there? This is the max damage one. That has not happened in a while. I guess I didn't have as much overkill because of the hollow point.
Qua qua qua, I like having quags emotes. Quag triple A2. Albi creatura.
Thank you so much, Sora. Have you beaten Zoten, gotten the Continuum Transfunctioner yet? I have not. Surely it's overkill related. Yeah, I definitely had less than usual there for some reason. I want that to kill. If I can just shoot all three of them back to back like that from there and actually secure the kill, then like, that'd be real fucking cool. Maybe I'll try charging longer on that one. Something I could do is listen to the audio cues with the gun. It's just not... What happened to my damage?
Why is it suddenly inconsistent? Archpiece roll an artifact? No, it's a class mod passive. Though, you might be onto something there, Boom. Oh, I know what it is. Not having that melee damage passive means I'm generating less overkill. That's why. It's not the hollow point, it's just I'm doing less damage. Hey, Scrunt, thank you for the Prime, the 21 months.
Hope the Prime sub gives you enough to get an espresso for your speedrun.
Thank you, Scrunt, I appreciate it. Turret guys are strangely hard to kill sometimes, think that turret block shots. So with those turrets, Tom, they are immune to frontal splash damage from conventional projectiles. So that's why I'm not throwing a fish, because one, it's a more precise lineup that can also blow back and kill me. But two, I would need them to not turn to face me, because if they do, then the fish can't hit them at all. It'll just bounce off doing no damage. For whatever reason, those turrets from the front can't be splashed. Go back to using Face Puncher in the third one. I mean, I could. 150 over 90 Face Puncher could be the play. Want to go back to VL2. BL2s I've delivered, just modded to help make it more enjoyable. Feeling kind of burnt out on BL3. Yeah, when you're feeling burnout, definitely play something else. It'll stop you from growing to hate whatever you're burnt out on. Keep Discord DMs after stream. I can look now. Couple DMs. Yeah, I'll actually check that later. But I like where it's going. So yeah, not having. So I guess I go back to this, and go back to the one with damage. And I just need to make absolutely sure that I get the overkill. Okay, there goes that theory. And you guys saw that shot just didn't go where I pointed it. You saw it just was like, this is what I hate. Accuracy parts and guns should be sufficient then? That's what I have here, CZ. This is the most accuracy you can have on a kick charger, and it still didn't hit the target. I'll try something else. Get good then? Like, I could just get good, or I could brute force until I get a run where it does hit, but I would like my runs to stop getting fucked in the first room. It's better than them getting fucked in the last room, but it doesn't feel better. I know for a fact that that was lined up properly. Any sniper rifle consistently clear turrets in one shot. Not without the same overkill problems.
Like, maybe a storm could? Maybe a storm. Back to the classic strat. Oh, and you're just not dead. Okay. Certified flat classic. What would be good for clearing turret, guys? You know, we're gonna look at Loot Lemon. We're gonna look at the weapon list, see if there's a stroke of genius yet to be touched upon. Ionic Disruptor? Fucking maybe. Alright. Zoom in a little bit so you guys can see these better. ASMD would be too hazardous to my own health. Anarchy would require stacking. Although, what if I just got Anarchy stacks before the run and just shot the Anarchy for the turret, guys? That would work. But I don't want to fucking do that. Blade Fury. I could try it. Next to Mag's Incendiary. I could try it. Setup would burn you out so fast. It would just be very toxic to do, yeah. So, like, possible options. Anarchy. I'll open a Blade Fury tab too. Where is it? That's not a bad idea. I'll try Disruptor as well. If Bird of Prey's gimmick was guaranteed, it would be an option, but it's not. I'll try Cocky Bastard, sure, why not? More crit damage. I think running a crit damage passive on gear? Maybe. I have a decent amount of crit though. Like, a lot of these attempts I do have Most Dangerous Game on at the start, so that's some. I have Max Ambush Predator. I have GR. It's like, not nothing. Still scrolling. Here's the Disruptor. King's Call? Maybe King's Call. Another silly idea. Lucky 7. Oh shit, that's the answer, isn't it? If Anarchy would burn you out, I can't imagine the Lucky 7 working out. That's the thing, Boom. I just keep the Lucky 7 mod on in case I ever want to use Lucky 7. And as long as I don't switch back to it after the turret, guys, its time trial is valid. That gun. That fucking gun. She's Radical then. Radical has charge time. That's the thing. It's slower. Charge time guns on flak? Mm-mm. Unless you have the charge speed passive, which is an option. I could do that. Oh, this is so toxic. Semi-automatic shock Sandhawk legitimately is in the competition here. Storm. Bogneo, Moon, whatever else. I lose static charge. Yeah. Alright, so I mean web slinger underbarrel. Stupid static charge. Stupid sexy Flanders. That's how I read that. Alright, so here are our candidates, chat. The most toxic being Anarchy, Lucky 7. We've got Blade Fury, got Cocky Bastard, Ionic Disruptor, King's Call, Sandhawk, Storm, and the Web Slinger's Underbarrel. Instead of the radio, we could just forget suggestion. Lucky 7 it is. Pain. We'll see what happens with this. This makes me feel dirty. Like, how am I gonna Valk skip? I guess I take off the Nukem for this, and I still use the Kick Charger for Valk skip. Put my timer where it needs to be. Okay, it doesn't even do well. Good. Good, good, good. I don't have gun damage, so it doesn't kill. Awesome. That's what I like to see. We can consider other options. Anarchy would fucking burn me out. Let's do Blade Fury next. Let's do Blade Fury next. Can I go Airborne here? Or 150 over 90?
we'll go 150 over 90. Take Voodoo's suggestion, we'll do Gatlin, Blade Fury, and just spray. I don't have mag size, so I'm gonna have to be at least somewhat accurate here. Hey, Rune. Maybe a different Roy. Requires a few shots, so try that next to Mag's Incendiary. Blade Fury rolls those, right? I mean, I can check the spreadsheet, but I just don't feel like it. Try Masher. Isn't that introducing more accuracy problems for me? But, sure. I can try that. Shorty TTK on average, surely. Eh. Did I remove melee passes somewhere? No, I went back to running it. You tried Airborne Blade Fury. As well. Yeah, I'm 2 max fire, melee annoying. Let me try this first. Then I'll do that. Yeah, no, it's trash. Did I touch the third guy yet? I didn't. The projectiles are so slow. That's why I don't like the Blade Fury on Flak. Like, on Amara you have heavy rain. On Flak you don't. So, like, they're so slow. Like, look, it missed that enemy because it just takes too long. Skill active doesn't apply to pet. No, pet isn't an action skill. It's a separate thing. I could try with melee. Anoint. Try that next. Sandhawk and semi-auto. That was one of the things on the list for me to try, yeah. Shock, semi-auto, Sandhawk is one of the tabs I opened. Your other won't weapon damage. Actually, you're completely correct. Yeah, let me remake that. Just action skill end makes the most sense, right? You know what would go so hard here? Rack Slag. You rocket jump up to turrets and hit them with Singer Nova? No, because they're immune to frontal splash. They're immune to frontal splash, boom. So, if they turn and look at me while I'm doing that, then they just don't take any damage anyway. It's like better, but run that back. I got an idea. If I kick charger the first one and the second one, I could Blade Fury the third one? Maybe? It's like Blade Fury is gonna kill better on its own than a Face Puncher does. Oh, bad movement. That's awesome. Good job, me. No, the projectiles are way too fucking slow. Blade Fury is not a flak gun. That's all I have to say about that. It's frustrating. Alright, we're shelving that. Sandhawk? Let's try Sandhawk. Like, if you can hit the first, kill the first with a kick charger, you're better off sticking to it, chaining overkill even if you body shot. Yeah, that's why that's how it's been done. Gotta run, good look at the runs. Thanks, Boom. I appreciate it. I'll take a look at that thing. I've just been busy. Sandhawk. Auto single. Yeah, for anyone just joining us or confused what I'm doing, I'm seeing if there's a more optimal way of clearing the turret, guys, on this build. Because the kick charger not being perfectly accurate frustrates the shit out of me, and I'm being completely unreasonable and not just dealing with it. That's not semi-auto. Like, it's not bad, it's just... Maybe I'll try again. Disruptor with, Fire Infusion. Infusion? Disruptor's on the list as well. Super suggested that. Sounds like a Stone Swan build. It's hard to beat not having to reload. Yeah, it is. If I could use Infusion on Flak, I would. Disruptor next to max fire. You think that would beat out just having 150 over 90 though? Not on Amara. Oh yeah, we're just talking Amara. Hi Rabbit. Yeah, like Disruptor. Well, the thing is, the bonus elements like, bonus elements don't get the shield bypass with the disruptor. And this includes ones that don't have their own damage source. So like Urad, Terra Cryo, Revolter, all that. They'll still hit the shields. So I don't know quite how that'll go. Pog. Now, I did actually have to aim and crit for that. But Pog? I shot way too soon. Well, that's unfortunate. But let's see if that was a fluke. You just happen upon the way. This is the way. Flak is definitely a Mandalorian with how good Beskar and Disruptor are. Can't wait for your stream, CZ. What sniper is that? That's the Ionic Disruptor, Bubba. It's from DLC 6. It's got a bunch of cool effects, but one of them is that against enemies that have a red health bar, you bypass any bar that isn't that one, as long as the red one's on the bottom. So the shields don't matter. We just boom. Now I'll have to see if I can still secure that kill on a body shot, but this could potentially be quite good. It does other things too, like when you melee enemies with it, it applies a shock dot that then makes enemies you shoot take more damage from it. That shock dot also counts as a bullet, and it makes your actual physical melee into shock damage. It does a bunch of cool stuff. Job I applied for, said interview today. Upon finding people to contact them past the interview time, had to chat with them for a bit. They made a mistake typing in my email, so now I have another in-person interview on the 27th. Sounds like they need to get their shit together. The body shots don't suffice, but if I continue to connect with headshots... What if I just run around with this in my hand? It does give me the ability to deal with jetpack guys like a lot easier. But I do have to like hit crits. Can I successfully one-shot Kraken without a GA? Almost. Run that back. Let's run that back. Rip Nukem though, worked with the radius part. It did. Are you able to constantly cast your F ability? So Rack Attack by default has 2 charges. I'm using the Accelerate Augment, which takes it up to 3. And I have 6 points in Eager to Impress, which each time you get a kill, you shave 1.5 seconds off of the cooldown. So you know, Rack Attack having that base cooldown of 18 seconds before cooldown rate modifiers, which I get 20% from this, and then I get 200% from Guardian rank topped off, and I get 13% from Guardian rank passives. So basically, I only need to shave off about 9 seconds with Eager to Impress to get my charge back, as long as my shields are full. Which means if I kill at least a couple enemies, I just get the charge back. A new character for the first time in a long time. Yet another flag. Started playing DLC's campaign for the second time ever. They're so good in this game. Yeah, I like them as well, Bubba. They don't really have a lot of hours for me because I prefer replayable in-game content, but as far as story quality, I do like what they did with the ones in this game.
When I bought this ramen, I didn't realize gourmet spicy actually means tastes like you're licking a live fish. I don't think I'd dislike that, honestly. Honking. Not a big fan of fish. Love shellfish, though. The screen shake made me miss. Actually, not my fault. This works well, but it's extremely crit dependent. Like, I don't need to charge, but I do need to actually aim. I don't know if that's better or worse here. Sniper fly, what is this? We're using Disruptor for the turret, guys, Priz. Just because I got really tired of the charger not going where I point it. Like, sure, I can sometimes get away with a body shot with it, but sometimes it also just completely misses who I'm looking at. And we don't need a gun with bad aim when there's a player with bad aim already. Stragglers. Anarchy, we decided that I would be burning out very quickly using the Anarchy to do that. I would not be having a good time. Why do you do this? Yeah, that's what he said. Kick charger aim emote time. Like, Anarchy would absolutely work here. It's just I'd have to stack it before every attempt. And that's soul-crushing. I would only need it for 3 enemies. Takedown music got me like Rat Jam. Alright, you know what? I'll just try it. So, Lucky 7 already tried it. We don't have enough gun damage for it to be good, so that was a win. Could always stack the anarchy hotfix. Oh, I forgot to make a shock. Hang on. That'd certainly be interesting to mess around with. Have you tried the butt plug? Oh, you mean in the game? No. Yeah, we don't have enough gun damage for anarchy to be a solution here, which I'm very okay with. Excellent. The butt plug, I thought any of them would work. Based. So out of all of the guns, it is very interesting that a semi-automatic Sandhawk worked out the best. Without being dependent on crits. If I get comfortable with that, I went slow there on purpose, and it was still good speed overall. If I get comfortable with that, that just might be the play. Kick charger still used for Valk skips. I can live with that loadout. Means no nuke 'em. Kinda sad. But who knows, maybe we change course. Was good. Ooh, we got the good slide boost, even though I didn't adjust well. Remember to at least clear those. Fuck off. Bad movement. I threw too soon. Actually throwing. Did it twice. Yeah, that's fine. That wasn't fast enough anyway. So Duke, I'm just not consistent enough versus barrels or purely kick charger bad moment. Purely kick charger bad moment. This is purely me being very frustrated with the kick charger being inconsistent on courtyard and me wanting to be faster. Because with the disruptor, I also move faster, and I don't need to charge it. I just need to have aim. Whereas with the kick charger, not only do I need to have aim, but I need it to cooperate. The disruptor will always go exactly where I point it. So that's the logic there. Maybe with a Great Horn Skag, I might be able to get away with disruptor body shots as well. Going for world record took me a minute. Yeah. Yeah, above my head is PB versus world record. If you want to see the leaderboards for all the runs for endgame Borderlands 3 speedrunning, you can type !trials. Yeah, thank you, Super. I'm the record holder for Flak True Guardian takedown, Amara True Guardian takedown. Then I have various other second, third places. I also have Amara True Mallow one. Forgot that one. Weird slide, but okay. I don't know why I'm perma-cryoed and I didn't have racks for like that entire courtyard, but okay. Should have overkill because of that fish bounce. But if I don't, I don't. I do. Oh. Valk AI bug. This particular Valkyrie has like 4 different ways the AI can just decide to kill your run. It's extremely frustrating. So see how everything else is dead? But it just... where is it? Where did it teleport? I don't even know where it was when it died. Pain. So essentially the time I need to have a good run coming out of Valkyries is I need to be at like 120 or faster as the Valkyrie fight ends. And then I need good boxes. Then I need a good bridge. Then I need perfect Wotan execution, which I've been kind of sucking at because I've been resetting so often. I think with the disruptor strat, I can go faster, but it's gonna require me actually getting good and aiming. It's like not needing to charge is big. I just need overkill. How does timer work? Does it start when you start? No, I'm doing it manually. I have a keybind for it. And in the process of run verification, we do check to make sure it's accurate. For the more competitive runs, we do end up starting to count milliseconds. So like I'm running the timer for my benefit during the run and for you guys to keep pace with what I'm doing, but we do go frame by frame, like in post when necessary. Let me try Great Horn Skag. I'll be slower, but I'll have a lot more damage into the Disruptor. Yeah, body shot took half. With some gun damage, I could actually make that a decent part of the run. I don't have gun damage. Ah, one fish got me. That's a reset. More games should have built-in timers. Yeah, I agree with that. One of the things I really like about Outriders endgame is that you have an optional timer you can just plop on. And the game will tell you exactly how long your run took, start to finish. Really cool. Got a comprehensive post-game like leaderboard, tells you exactly how much damage you did with each of your skills. That was a very good courtyard. Oh, of course I shot too soon. Why did I open my mouth? Whatever, we can replicate that. I can go faster on the shots. I can unscope between. Imagine if doing built-in timer. That'd be cool. I think many games could benefit from speedrunner settings in general. Whatever that means is up to the devs. Surprised it's not a thing. It's stuff that I'm not going to consider part of the accessibility category because there's a difference. Accessibility is like stuff that helps, people who might have sensitivity to flashing lights, who were impaired in terms of visual or audio stuff, people who might be physically disabled but still want a game. Like, that's accessibility, but it would be a really nice quality of life thing. Just to be able to turn on an in-game timer. Lots of more games nowadays are having streamer mode, where they take out any copyrighted music. So yeah, I'd put it in that category. I would like that very much as well. Somewhat recovered, but still so incredibly scuffed. Oh. Yeah, you know what? I'll just take the L on that. Almost recovered, but... Like auto cutscene or dialogue skips, timers, maybe optimized for load times. Yeah, auto cutscene skip is something Diablo has. Diablo 3 and 4 both have, you know, just auto skip cutscenes. Outriders has a built-in timer. Lots of games have customizable UI. I would really like games as a baseline to have like the fully customizable HUD where you can just move the elements wherever you might want them on screen. I know a few MMOs that have that, and it's really, really nice because you can turn off elements you don't need. You can make elements you do need larger. Like if you want to keep a closer eye on, say, your cooldown, you can move it more towards the center of the screen rather than it being in a corner. Allows streamers to also adjust around their preferred webcam location, because some games, you know, there might be a very critical UI element right where my cam is, or right where recent alerts are, so that would be nice. Much slower than the last couple runs, but that was a good one. Oh, that's a rack bug. Bad movement. I did not manage my grenades particularly well. Double bridge. Yeah, this is a double bridge. It's really unfortunate. Just RNG extra swans. The strats are working. But this guy being colossally fucking rude. First time for everything. nothing makes me happier than a setting to replace button mashing with holding. Yeah. Yeah. Forgot what FPS I played that took elements out and moved others around. Loved it. Don't remember what game though. Game had a better way to skip dialogue, would be a game changer for sure. Back for Blood has you can just hold down the trigger to full auto semi-automatic weapons. Spider-Man and God of War both have ways of both Spider-Man games on PS4 actually, and both God of War games on PS4, PS5 have ways to either you can opt out of QTEs entirely, or you can change button mashing into button holding. You can opt out of the tedious puzzles in Spider-Man as well. You can just have the game give you an auto-solve button. Lots of cool stuff. I was slow to the button, but that's a solid 22. Love an option to tell Lilith, no, I don't want to talk to you. That's something they did do better with the pacing in Wonderlands. You don't need to go back and talk to an NPC super often. And you don't really need to wait for too much dialogue to play out. It does still happen, but it's less. A huge portion of BL3's runtime is either going back to talk to Lilith or waiting for someone to finish talking. A huge portion. Now, that's present in BL2 as well, particularly the waiting for dialogue thing. But the difference is you can save quit round trip in under 10 seconds in that game, so... Hey, K6, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Don't mind me dying as I do this speedrun. How's everybody doing? If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff. Currently going for Mal 1 takedown world record on Flak. Been grinding it out. Highlights of today so far, I got really frustrated with having bad aim and using a gun that also has bad aim. So now I'm using a sniper rifle because it requires less aiming. That's fun. I don't think I have enough overkill for this skip now, but we'll see. Mal 1 Flak down, yeah. How'd stream go? You're doing Torg Mo's, right? I guess getting that straggler there isn't the worst, because it means this Valk's less likely to bug out on me. It is still very frustrating, though. This is slow, but I'll play it out. Got pretty far today. Level up 13 skip. It's so good. Like, my willingness to do playthroughs with that is just so much higher. Because you also avoid that early section of the game where characters have no real identity, right? Like, you can say that characters play different at, like, level 6, but they don't. You don't have enough skill points. You don't really have action skill support. You're still just pew-pewing with the same guns. But starting at level 13, you could actually get enough things that things feel different. I think that's one of my favorite quality of life things that's improved as the series has gone. Like, BL2, for example, you don't get your action skill till, what level? 5? 6? What, action skill at level 2 in this game, and then, you know, you get level 13 skip.
I do like the fight for Sanctuary, like, full normal mode skip, except for the last mission. That's pretty cool. I would have liked to have both in this game. But, like, I like that BL3 in general just focuses on you playing the game more than having to cut through the tedium. It's one of my favorite things about this game. It's a pretty decent bridge, actually. Yeah, BL2 is the level 30 with 5 for Sanctuary. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. I do like that. But let's say you wanted to do a normal mode playthrough, specifically a normal mode playthrough. You gotta go through the annoying stuff. But for characters where you're going through, like, TVHM, then yeah, 5 for Sanctuary script's fantastic. It was an okay run. I did not handle Valkyries very well. But yeah, 353. My personal best 351, and then the record's 344. Still annoys me the BL2 level 30 skip makes you have to fight the warrior. I both do and don't like that, because, like, the mobbing in Heroes Pass is one of my favorite mobbing sections in the franchise. Anyone else agree with that? Like, I really like mobbing in Heroes Pass. Now, I'm kind of known to the Borderlands community for not being as much of a fan of Borderlands 2 as a lot of other people are, but, like, that section really hits different for me. I really like Bloodshot Stronghold, Heroes Pass, DigiPeak. They're just really fun mobbing sections, in my opinion. So I don't mind doing that. But I get where you're coming from. If you want to get to TVHM, it is something still in your way. That being able to mantle and stuff grab ledges, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, Micro. Only played story once. Yeah, Torg Moze is awesome so far. Love to hear it. Torg and Moze really go well together. A lot of underrated Torg guns people sleep on. And I'm sure K6 is covering some of those for you guys, so love to see it. People run Rack Attack. Almost all Flak endgame speedruns use Rack Attack. A large part of it is the Peregrine class mod. Because grenades are extremely good in this game, and Flak is extremely good with grenades. So it's not just the Fish Slap, although the Fish Slap is the most overpowered item in Borderlands 3. There's other good grenades that the Peregrine does well with, such as the Light Speed, the Ghast Call, the Hex even. There's just good grenades in this game. So when we're talking competitive endgame speedrunning on Flak, almost all of the runs are Rack Attack. Mostly so you get access to this, and so you get access to your Shield Novas. Fadeaway is good. It's just more suited towards gun builds, and if we're talking the peak of player power in this game, that's not gun builds. Guns are very fun to use in Borderlands 3, and they're generally very well designed. But unless that gun is named Lucky 7, it's just simply not competitive with grenades and Shield Novas and action skills. Just because, think about it this way, the human element. Like, when you're using a gun in this game, you're killing along your sightline, right? With the more powerful guns, you'll have chaining effects, stuff like Jacob's Ricochets, Reflux Chains, Redistributor Chains. Those are better at clearing than conventional guns. Because they have that chaining ability. But with stuff like Novas, like, everything around me dies with this, right? It's just going to be more efficient than me turning and shooting every single enemy in the context of a speedrun. Oh, Torg Maya? Nice. Torg shotguns in BL2 are a lot of fun. I like those. Let me check the cam to the right side. Grenades are something great in this game, and I know I'm home. Hey, Viper. Action skills where it's at. Flak's Gammaverse. I really like most of Flak's action skills. Grab Snare, not a fan. It's just not good. But the base game action skills for Flak are incredible. Almost all of Amara's action skills are great. Almost all of Moze's. Hard points are great. All of Zane's action skills are great. The fact that Barrier is Zane's least desirable action skill just kind of says a lot about the quality of his, because Barrier on its own isn't bad, and it provides like a good damage buff to gun builds. It's just the other ones are so good that it's a little overshadowed. Like Mantis is insane. Digiclone is arguably the best pet in the franchise. Sentinel is really good utility and can be good damage. I don't think anyone likes Snare. It's because Snare just doesn't have a use case. Like, Gravity Snare, we were talking about this a little earlier in the stream. You guys know Amara's Stillness of Mind augment, the one that holds enemies in place as long as you don't damage them? So, grabbing an enemy with Stillness of Mind and then damaging them immediately to knock them out of the effect still CCs them longer than Gravity Snare when working properly does. Gravity Snare is literally worse than failing at using something else. Like, it also doesn't give you damage in any way. The anointment associated with Gravity Snare is actually tied to the fadeaway anointment in the game code, so despite it saying 250, it's only 150. So it doesn't give you more damage while being active than fadeaway does, and fadeaway buffs your shots themselves while also having good augments and requiring you to go down a good skill tree instead of the worst skill tree in all of Borderlands. Gravity Snare is sad. Thought Ball is good for boss killing, might have heard wrong. Yeah, it is. It is. Ball is just awkward in terms of, like, if you're using it to mob. Because it gets stuck on terrain, it sometimes gets stuck in the ground, it goes away if you go down. Ball is awkward, but it is good. Barrier good with the redistributor? Yeah, that's one of the few use cases where I'd say Barrier really shines. It's also good for parking it on top of your clone if you really want your clone to do 100% of the work. And there's some cool shield effects you can give to the Barrier with distributed denial. K6 had an insane ball build, but they patched it so it barely works now. What about it was changed? Phase Flare is still incredibly good. If you guys want to see some Phase Flare gameplay real quick, I can change gears for a moment. Is it this one? Or was it that one? I think it was that one. I have too many saves. No, it's this one. It's this one. Gotta head to grocery store. Have a good stream. Thanks for hanging out, Denetador. I hope you have a good trip to the grocery store. Hope you don't run into too many crazies. That's where I usually find them. Fist over Matter in that list? Oh yeah, I was using Fist over Matter today. Viper. So this is a build for Amara, a non-gun build. We're using grenades, status effects, and the shooting star variant of Phase Flare. We're also using a Deathless, so no, we don't have any lifesteal or health gate or any of that stuff. Yeah, I have the right gear on. What was that? I find Fist over Matter's won't kill satisfying, the rest kind of pain. It's pretty good against Kraken. It's okay against Valkyries. It was fine. We had grenades doing most of the lifting, so... So, Phase Flare is definitely good for bossing with little investment. It's a little awkward to get it going with mobbing, though. So with Shooting Star, you send it out, bring it back to you, punch it once, and you can kind of drag it around with you while you throw grenades. We're using a purple grenade right now. A Hyperion longbow grenade with 3 sticky parts. And it's our long range, whereas the ball handles the close range. And I just drag my ball around.
Sometimes you go down. But we got Pestilence for this. Gear have you got on? If you have the Echo Cast extension, it should show most of it, but if you remind me after the boss fight in this, I will show you exactly what I'm using and explain the choices. This is kind of what I mean when I'm talking about grenades are really good in this game. This is on Amara, who has far less in her kit to support grenades than Flak or Moze do. But this is an Amara grenade build. It also has Phase Flare doing some good work. Kind of sad guns aren't meta endgame. It is and it isn't. Like, how many of these games were already gun games? Like, Borderlands 2 is a gun game. Borderlands is a gun game. Pre-sequel is also a gun game. I don't mind Borderlands 3 and Wonderlands not being gun game. Because it's a change of pace. And it's not like guns are bad. It's just the level of player power you're able to hit in this game with non-guns is just higher than they can compete with. That's all. It's like how the Light Show is not a bad weapon, it's just the Herald is a stronger weapon. Simple as that. One thing being good doesn't make another thing bad. Ouch. Only matters for speedruns? Pretty much. Guns are more than powerful enough to handle everything in this game. There's even competitive gun speedruns. It's just, once you get to, like, the absolute peak of player power, there's only, like, a couple of guns that can really compare to grenades and novas and action skills. And a lot of it is because those guns don't really behave like guns, in a way. Like, Lucky 7 is one of them, and it's an explosive gun that you can make always crit. You don't really need to aim too much at individual enemies. It's just crazy good. The Anarchy, ricochets, that does a lot of damage. You don't really need to look at individual enemies. Stuff like that. Flacker is more towards non-gun than gun, but at the end of the day, you shoot it infrequently enough, and, like, it ends up being in the gun category. One person I've ever heard say grenades are good in BO3, not saying you're wrong, obviously I know what you're talking about, it's just a lot to take in. It's one of those things where it doesn't occur to people. Like, you don't know what you don't know, and a lot of people play these games as shooters, so they just kind of underestimate the grenade category, because it doesn't naturally occur to you that, like, hey, this game that marketed itself as having over 1 billion guns actually has better grenades than guns. Like, that's not common sense. So, I get it. But fact of the matter is, grenades in this game are absolutely nuts. This game's still getting patches? No, the last patch for this game was... It actually was since Wonderlands dropped, but it wasn't any balance changes or anything. It was just them finally adding crossplay to the Sony platforms. The last, like, content and balance update for this game was in November of 2021. Don't use grenades enough? They can take some getting used to, because you know how for gun builds you take gun damage and things that boost your guns? That's something people forget to do for grenade builds. Like, grenade damage on your gear goes a long way, and then choosing the correct grenades for the situation. Making sure you get elemental buffs, making sure you get splash damage buffs, all that stuff really goes a long way. I would say Zane is the character that has the least grenade support in his toolkit, but you can still do grenade Zane stuff, it's just hard. However, if you're Flak or Moze, it's really easy to get grenades off the ground and up and running.
Amara, it takes a little more effort, but as you can see, it's still good. My ball is stuck over there. Phase flare moment. Oh, and it's stuck in the ground. Well, I got my grenades. We're fine. Piss grenade? Piss grenade's a good utility grenade, yeah. Just makes everything else you do more damage. It's a very desirable effect. Yep. Run into my ball. Or don't. That's okay too. There we go. Remember, grenade damage is good in BO2 because it's applied to splash weapons. Yeah, because the way those projectiles worked. Yeah. There's no guns that benefit from it this time around, except for Tedior. Is that shield though? I'm using the Beskar. Sound? Yeah, this... For whatever reason, this Amara skill, I've narrowed it down. It's Catharsis. This one just shuts off game audio in Maliwan Takedown if it triggers a lot. I don't know why. EchoCast bugged. EchoCast, at some point in 2021, lost the ability to properly recognize anything that comes from DLC 5 or 6. So, like, it won't show those items properly. I'll do an overview of the build after the run for you. Don't worry. It wasn't all splash, it was, some splash. There were some weapons that counted as grenade splash. But yeah, it was a thing. Here we go. Triple boosters on Maliwan cycles also glitches audio. Huh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I learned something today. There you go. Grenades versus true Maliwan takedown. Mayhem 10. So, the way this build works is the weapon I spent most of the time holding is Guardian Angel. For those of you who don't know, this gives a massive damage bonus to everything you do while holding it, depending on your distance from the target. Now, common misconception. Guardian Angel is not the reason grenades are good. It just helps grenades. Grenades were already more efficient than guns before this gun ever existed. This just takes them even farther in that direction. But it's really good for helping that out. We're running the Anoint, referred to as URAD by the community. While under 50% health, get 100% bonus radiation damage. This is good because it's an extra instance of damage. It's not a boost to existing rad damage. It just adds a rad number to everything. So that is particularly good for grenades and action skills because unlike a gun, you can't just easily swap to one of the correct element, right? You're locked into that one. So this helps you deal with unfavorable matchups, and since the component of this build is also status effects, and we're using an atom bomb for bigger rad explosions, it just fits perfectly. We have a Beskar shield here. Oh, well, I should explain the other gun. This Pestilence is for getting up from Fight for Your Life. When you reload the Pestilence, it creates a Nova. That's radiation, it's gun damage, it's splash damage, but it's also action skill damage. And Amara has a lot of that in her tree. So I just reload a Pestilence to kill enemies when I'm down. I don't have to worry about it hurting me because I'm already down. So, the Beskar is a shield from Arms Race.
and it makes you really tanky. This 50% damage reduction that it lists here works differently than a lot of other damage reduction in the game. It just takes whatever you would have taken in damage and just halves it. It doesn't go through a normal damage reduction formula. It's like, hey, you take half. But there's a quirk to how the Beskar handles when it has a reflect part. This was discovered by Eternal Dragon, content creator you might know. Where after you go down and get back up, when you have your reflect part on a Beskar, basically the way unique reflect works is different from the way parts that can roll on any shield work in terms of reflect. When the part reflects, you don't take any damage from the projectile. That's different from the Beskar's reflect. So going down and getting back up means that it inherits that property. So the short answer is, if you have a Beskar with this reflect part on, you don't take damage at all from bullets. Bullets can't hurt you. They just don't. What hurts you is splash damage, melee damage, and status effects, but you are immune to bullets with this on. Which is a very big deal. I have a fixative, which any manufacturer fixative is good. That's triple sticky. You can also get good results with 2 stickies. Longbow is used here because it's fastest for hitting targets that are far away. It's worth noting that Hyperion grenades do the least damage in terms of, like, if a grenade's available in multiple manufacturers, the other ones do more. Pangolin ends up doing the most because of how rubberized works, and second would be Tedior, then Torg, then Vladov with Hyperion and Atlas in the back. But just having a teleporting grenade that absolutely demolishes targets is really good. And the reason why sticky grenades are so good is because they double dip. I don't know if you guys have heard the term double dipping, but it's basically when a thing that does damage looks at what a previous thing did for damage. So stuff like Ties That Bind, Remnant, Short Fuse, Indiscriminate, all of those are double dips, which means that all of our elemental bonuses, our splash bonuses, our grenade bonuses, our guardian angel basically gets looked at twice for sticky grenades. So sticky grenades can one-shot any enemy in the entire game that is capable of being one-shot, just because of that. You can get any purple grenade with at least 2 sticky parts, and you can replicate that in your own game if you'd like to try out grenade builds in general. They're really strong. Triple sticky is ideal, but good luck farming that. We got a Fazerker just because it's Amara's best class mod in general. With 5 points in anima to help out the status effect angle of the game. And yeah, status effects can be very, very good in this game. As the lands games have gone on, status stuff has gotten better. They were kind of mid in BL2. They were great in the first game, but then they restructured how Borderlands works as a whole, so they were kind of lost in the shuffle going into 2. But then in 3, specifically if you're Amara, they're really good. It's harder to get status going on other characters. You can do it to some degree, but it's mostly Amara's domain because she's got skill tree support for it. But yeah, so we've got a Fazerker. It's just generally Amara's best class mod for most things. There's speedrunning setups and certain gun setups that might look more towards driver, but for action skills, for grenades, for status effects, Fazerker just really hard to beat. Love me Cryotorg Clusterfuck. Yeah, that's a good one, Neo Linkster. That's a good one. Deathless is to enable the Anoint over here, and Atom Bomb is for those really beefy Rad Explosions. Fun thing about Rad Explosions is they count as status effects. So increasing status effect damage makes your Rad Explosions bigger. Fits very well with the build. We got grenade damage, action skill cooldown, because that's something Amara really wants in her builds. She doesn't have much of it. And AoE damage. Skill tree wise, we capped out Red Tree. This is a bonus element that applies to grenades and guns. We've got the dot support stuff over here with these 3 skills. Green Tree, we just go down to unlock Blight Tiger for corrosive action skill element. Purple Tree, we just have enough to unlock Expedite for cooldown. And Blue Tree down to Avatar, pretty standard stuff. Max out Tapestry for dot stuff and do harm for action skill stuff. No setup, just chuck a single grenade, multiple sticky parts into one-shots. If you have the right damages, as Stone Swan said, it's just, yeah, one shot, dead. Double sticky work, great in gun builds with, say, Moe's. With Moe's, yes, because the way her skill trees work, you just automatically get that much support for it. Like, Fire in the Skag Den works on grenades because they're splash. If your action skill's on cooldown, then Big Surplus will apply. That's another really good bonus element. Torg Cross Promotion. Moe's has Pull the Holy Pin, which is really nice because it can make grenades have that listed chance to just do double damage. Pull the Holy Pin crits aren't like full crits, so they don't get your crit damage bonuses, but it'll just double the damage, which is really good. Excuse me, dying. But yeah, grenades are really good on Moe's, and she's honestly the one who can get the most value out of them accidentally. So like a Torg Moe's, yeah, you pick a good grenade, you can just throw it in your gun build and it'll kill. For Amara, you gotta build for it. For Zane, you gotta build for it. For Flak, you kinda have to be aware of what you need to build to make them good, but you can get value in gun builds on Flak as well. Moe's Axton with a mech. I really like the Moe's and Axton comparison because Axton is underrated. Very underrated as a character. The turret in particular has so much utility that people sleep on. And the way Axton's skill tree and damage boosts work, I think he's a really enjoyable character that gets slept on. I suppose I can show you guys some Flak grenade stuff since we're on the subject. Are any characters notably weaker? In this game, not really. Now, Amara has the fewest situations where she's quote-unquote strongest. In terms of if we were to, like, measure with all DLC available in the scope of the game as a whole, Amara technically has the lowest level of power. But the thing is, she still has more than enough power for the game in general. So it doesn't matter. And there's some areas where she is better at certain things than other Vault Hunters. It really depends on which metric you're using. Like, if you're talking how much damage can you do with one trigger pull with a gun, well, that's, depending on situation, gonna be between Zane and Moe's. If you're talking overall content clear speed, then most of the time that's between Flak and Zane. If you're talking ease of use, that's very often either Moe's or Zane. I would hope they all have enough power for the game. That's true in this game. It's not been true in every Borderlands. Borderlands 2, certain characters absolutely struggle with certain content, but that's not the case anywhere in this game. Hey Roddy, thank you for the Prime and the 11 months. Imelda loves you. It's a one-way street. Trying to one-shot Seer without Bore Explosion. Seems like I should look towards grenades. You can do it on Zane with guns. It's just, it requires far more setup. Zane is one of those characters that over time, he got really simple. So with things like Hustler Eraser Tech, which is what Bore Explosion is, it's very just hands-off. You press the button, things die or they don't, that's it. But like, early Zane had to be really weird to access his damage.
Imelda loves you. Qua.
Like, Violent Momentum is the biggest gun damage boost in the entirety of Borderlands 3. And it only costs... It's a tier 1 skill in blue. It's so easy to get, but it requires, to maximize it, you gotta, like, really move. You gotta be schmovin'. So it's a little less straightforward than, like, a pew-pew gun setup or Hustler Racer. All the BO3 characters are really cool from what I remember. Would be able to pick a most fun other Borderlands games in that effect for me. I agree completely, Roach Milk. I agree. I have almost 7,000 hours in this game. The exact amount is 6,850 something, I believe. It just in Borderlands 3. That's not franchise-wide, that is just BL3. Because it's just got infinite replayability with how the characters are structured, and it just hits for me. Worst ad timing? Aw. Pre-sequel cast cool? Yeah, pre-sequel cast is cool. Let me make sure I have everything I need on this setup. Should I wait for the ad? I feel like I'll wait for the ad. Thought I had a lot, 3,000 hours. I only know one person with more playtime than me. We back? Okay, we're good. Love the character's not locked to a single playstyle of build. Like, we don't need to have an ultra-specific gear for each character to be competent. Me too, Prometheus Shadow. Me too. That's one of the biggest things about BL3. You just have more playstyle options with everyone. Even with Zane, who is the most sort of chained to guns with how his skill tree works, he can still do non-gun stuff to a lower ceiling than the other characters, but he can still do it and succeed with it. There's no, like, Amara doesn't have to be melee. There's no gauge situation where you take Anarchy or you're doing something really weird and hard. You have a lot more flexibility. But yeah, the thing you said, Roach Milk, about BL3 characters all feeling really cool and diverse and just fun in their own ways, I totally agree with that. That's not a way I felt about previous games. Even Pre-Sequel, which has really cool character design, there's some I just personally didn't vibe with. Like, I don't like the way Claptrap works. I don't like that action skill. I don't like the skill trees. I just don't enjoy the Claptrap experience. I really like the Timothy experience and the Athena one and the Aurelia one. Those are fun to me. But in BL3, even my least favorite character being Zane, I still play Zane. I still like certain Zane builds. BL3 just has so many options. Thought I lot 3,000. There's only one person I know with more than me. That'd be Bratuha, who I think has crossed 7K. But I have 6,850 something. But yeah, this is a flak grenade build. This is one that is not based around rack attack, just because I wanted to build around this class mod that came out with DLC 6, the role reversal class mod. People downplayed this a lot when it came out, but it's really insanely good because this is infinite grenades, just as long as your pet is doing something. Now, you can't count on your pet to be reliable as flak. Flak pets just are not intelligent. But as long as it's spraying an SMG somewhere with this build, I have infinite grenades. So what we're using is another sticky grenade build. I'll use we'll use the pangolin one. And the way this plays is I go invisible and start point blank throwing radiation grenades at enemies. My pet's gonna be in the background shooting at enemies, and whenever it crits, I have a chance to get a grenade back. So I just run around in invisibility, blowing up the place. Sometimes I go down. We've got backup weapons for that. Going down is not really something that stops your momentum at all with this build. So you can just get up, either get yourself up or your pet gets you up, and your grenades will still be detonating, excuse me, can't speak, while you're down. It's really not a big deal. Kill that one, get my cooldown. These. Least played was Wilhelm. Never beat the game with him. And Sal, never beat the game with Sal. Salvador and Zero are my least favorite for 2. I know that's a controversial stance, but you guys kind of get it with the weird builds you've seen me play. I prefer stuff that's less straightforward. Confuses people a lot when I say, but I think BL3 is a better game. No Borderlands game ever achieved the greatness of BL2. I think BL2 was big for showing people how the genre could be progressed, and it brought in a lot of people, and people have a lot of good memories with it. That's about all I would agree with there. I do think BL3 is the better game. Just in terms of it functions better, it has more content. More diversity in playstyles, better balance. I played BL2 when it came out, just like a lot of you guys. I was in college when it came out. But I don't know. I don't feel that nostalgic attachment to it, so I'm a little more heavy-handed with my critique. And this also fits in with how I consume content in these games. I'm not a huge playthrough guy. I'm not a one-lifer. I'm a builder. And BL3 just hits that for me. In a way that BL2 couldn't possibly. There's just less to work with in that game. Just my opinion. I will say BL2 is one of the most impactful games ever made. Like, there's games that I can say I don't personally care for that have a lot of impact. Radiation is eating my frames. People say BL2 is more replayable. Depends on what you like. If you are a playthrough-focused player who likes things like one-life challenges and just content that's purely story with no endgame, then yeah, there's a legitimate argument for BL2 providing more in that department. But as someone who focuses on endgame content, BL3 has more and it's not close. I know K6 has talked about this at length with those of you guys who might have come over from the raid. Between slaughters, proving grounds, takedowns, hemo, the events, cartels, and Bloody Harvest, you just have a huge slate of replayable content with a lot of variety. There's just more. There's just more. Try to do Wires Don't Talk Age, but eventually I'd give it and take Anarchy. It's one of those very tough things to do, non-Anarchy Gauge, just because the character is so centralized around that. It's just very, very hard to justify not taking it. Even in builds where you're not going to, like, you don't plan to take advantage of Anarchy, it's still hard to not just be benefiting from it. We got a whole minefield of grenades working to our advantage here. Seen a death trap build kind of work. I'm just on kinda. Yeah. there's Embers to get out of this. Just a good backup weapon when you need to get up on some weird builds. Kind of what I'm saying, the impact of BL2, I don't think will ever be matched, but for people more focused on endgame than max style builds, 100% prefer BL3. Yeah, I think we're of the same mind there. It's, and that's kind of natural. That's what a good sequel should do, right? Like, it should just have smoother gameplay with more to do. That's just what sequels attempt. So I don't think that's necessarily as much a failing of BL2 as just a success of BL3. There are things that I would consider failures of BL2, but that's not one of them. Death Skull, unlucky. I might be in trouble here. I'm getting caught out, like, at the worst possible second. Clutch pet revive. Okay, we're good now. I just needed to get in a position where I can funnel the enemies. It is worth noting this is a difficult build to play. Red Suit plus Deathless does not leave you a lot of bulk to soak up hits. So you see, I'm surviving fine when enemies are focusing on my pet, and that's the linchpin of surviving here. As long as I'm left alone, I can just do my thing. Appreciate the more progressive language in this game. It's small but neat. Yeah, that's something Gearbox is pretty mindful about, and I like that. They pay attention. Risky now. My bleed out timers are very short. This. Who's the straggler? I missed that guy. That's why this bridge is taking too long. I spent like 5 minutes killing optional enemies. Places banjo have in this build? I'm not using a banjo right now. Do I have a banjo in my backpack? Oh yeah, that was just for memes. It doesn't have a place here. EchoCast says I have one equipped. I don't. Oh, that's where my damage is gone. I have the wrong artifact on. I'm supposed to have an LE projector. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. I've had the wrong artifact on the whole time. For music. Yeah, definitely, more damage with that on. And we switch to good old longbow. Wrong artifacts still nuking the map. It's the power of grenades. It's a classic lazy data moment. I missed. Skill issue. There we go. Easy. Grenades. Let's play more weird builds. I'm enjoying the break from the stress of speedrunning Malawan. And I'm enjoying the conversation with you guys. Always nice to make new friends. Oh yeah, I'll play something you guys will like. I'll play something you guys will really like. Hey, if y'all explanations, hey, happy to do it. That's what we do around here. We talk nerdy shop about video games. We overanalyze and have fun doing it. When I do get money, I'm spending it all on One Piece trading cards. Relatable. That was me in my Magic the Gathering villain arc in high school. So this is another good example of non-gun builds on Flak. This one without Novas in play. We have some ground slam stuff going on. And we're gonna show that you don't need the Guardian Angel to do non-gun. We're gonna use an Unforgiven. Just hold the Unforgiven. And have a Reflect Shield and Ground Slam. And our Hunter Seeker Grenades. This is one of my favorite builds to play. Where you wouldn't think that a Flak with 1 HP would be one of the tankiest things in the game. But it is. So we're gonna throw our Hunter Seekers. And the bullets that this grenade shoot out, they got a lot of our damage bonuses. They can crit. They get our bonus elements. They're able to kill quite effectively. This is another one of the top grenades in the game. We went down once, but now that that Beskar thing that I mentioned, that's in effect. So enemies can shoot us, and they die. That guy punched us. That hurt. We can get up real quick. Enemies shoot us. And you just kind of die around us. It said shoot, sir, not punch. Oh, there's one. Like that. Does this know you? It is. Let our pet come and get us up, and we're gonna kill Kraken with Ground Slam. That's our Spark Plug artifact going crazy. Cool thing about Spark Plug is the little coil it makes can crit, and we can put a lot of damage formula on it. Little Stump loves Haunt Phase 2 music. Have the most rad dance parties. It's so fun. Oh, let's go! Little one's got good taste. Last deck burned by stepmom? Ugh, that's incredibly fucking toxic. I'm sorry that happened to you. Ever seen an allies and poison counter proliferation deck? Not both of those things in one build together. That sounds very enjoyable. I love budget infect decks. When I first got into Magic the Gathering, this was when the new Phyrexia set was in standard. So like you could just very easily get very cheap infect going. For like $10, you could build a competitive level deck with commons. Really funny. Throne of Geth was a broken card for that deck. You also just had crazy stuff like mutagenic growth. Just all the Phyrexian mana stuff. Contagion class. Yeah. Inkmoth Nexus. Plague Mirror. Just a bunch of, like, very budget, powerful things. I think the last time I actually played MTG was when Elixir of Immortality was relevant. Ooh, it's been a minute then, huh? When's the last time that was printed? Have they printed that since, like, M11? I don't even know. I haven't kept up with Magic very much in the last few years. Sparkplug doing its thing here. Never played Magic. It is a really fun game. It's incredibly strategic, and if you like build crafting in like Borderlands or any of these kinds of games, it'll absolutely scratch the same itch for you. But I will say it is a very expensive hobby. It is extremely and unreasonably expensive. Card games are just IRL gotchas? Yes. Literally. Let me through. Last time I played Magic, Alliances have just come out. Oof. I first started playing when the original Zendikar block was about to rotate out of Standard. So this was 2011? Was when I got introduced. And then I played very actively up through, like, the Return to Ravnica block. The first time they went back to Ravnica. So, like, the second Ravnica out of 4 or 5 Ravnica blocks. Last time I played Magic, I think Quag was like 8. Actually, now that I think about it, the very first time I played Magic was in like 2004, but I didn't know what I was doing. You know how kids don't really know how to play the Pokemon card game? That was me with a neighbor with Magic, and I was like... Maybe it wasn't 2004. Yeah, I was younger. I was like 7 or 8, so that'd be 03. 03. But yeah, that was that. Oh look, I need to actually shoot. That's just me not paying attention. We run it back. Between revised and 4th edition. Is that when they changed from white border? Or was that later? Stick to non-collectible base deck builders. Revise was first white border. Ah, I do have the time frame correct. Alright, so what's the most toxic deck archetype you guys have played? I'll go first. I played Birthing Pod in Standard. I'm a piece of shit. Continue. Birthing Pod in Modern. Let's go, Running Wood. Honestly, I don't remember playing land destruction decks and pissing off my friends. Eldrazi Broodkeeper, ooh, good one, good one. Never was super toxic, just regular black deck toxic, constantly removing opponent's creatures. One of the things I really always enjoyed about playing black decks was just the very cheap hand control and creature removal. Like, you've got stuff like Duress, Inquisition of Kozilek, like 1 mana, fuck your hand, this shouldn't be this cheap, but it is. Got like Doomblade, Dismember, for really stupid removal. Just there was a time where a lot of decks were splashing black in Standard around the Innistrad Standard time. They were just splashing it for that kind of thing. I'm sure that's happened at other points. Turn 3 Karn, yeah. One of the most fun decks I put together was, you guys remember French Rites? It was 5-color graveyard weirdness. Where you're just like, hey, on turn 4, I'm gonna have an army of 1/1 flyers. Oh, and here's Elishnor, and they're 3/3 flyers. Anything you have that has 2 toughness or less just insta-dies. Also, here's 3 Wormcoil engines. Bye. Five-color graveyard mill deck? Yeah, it was so weird. Like, green was the core. So you could have turn 1 Birds of Paradise, and then turn 2 grab lands from the deck and stuff to facilitate. But basically, this was with Innistrad deck having a lot of graveyard stuff with flashback, and you had hand control with the red stuff, you had a milling with the blue stuff. So you would just dump as much of your hand and graveyard into as much of your hand and deck into the graveyard as possible, and then you just like cast everything from the graveyard. Ooh, nice slam one shot. There you go. Ground slam builds are also insanely good in this game. I'm sure what we've been talking about for the last 40 minutes has been absolute gibberish to a lot of you, but I appreciate you hanging out. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll keep going for a little bit longer. Okay, I'm back. Hey, son. How you doing? Let's do a run to show my personal favorite Amara build right now, and it's one I put together just because I wanted to see how far I could push this concept. Ended up taking a couple world records with it, so it's cool. But this is a good example of wash your hands. Yeah, the bathroom's one room over, so I did the streamer unhealthy, push really hard to pee and get back to chat before the ad breaks over thing. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a good example of non-gun stuff being just crazy. Because the Pestilence, which you saw on the other Amara build I played, is a gun that isn't a gun. The Nova is action skill, so we get a ton of swap speed. And we just keep ourselves irradiated at all times. We benefit from Elemental Projector, we keep our driver bonus on, all sorts of fun stuff. So we zoom around, and by reloading near enemies, they all die. It clears pretty quickly. And I would like to remind that, on average, Amara is the slowest for endgame speedrunning. And this is, like, how fast she can go. Red Suit's good for this? Yeah, Red Suit's awesome. Borderlands 3 shield slot, there's just so many good ones for so many types of builds. I know a lot of people get caught up with, you know, Revolter, to name one. How good the Revolter is. But BL3's shield slot is so diverse with things that work really well. Super Soldier? Yeah, that's a cool one. My favorite thing about Super Soldier is it does multiple things. Like, a shield that just gives that invincibility window, I think that's kind of boring. It doesn't really match with the things I like. So, like, Stopgap isn't really my thing. But Super Soldier gives you that move speed, it gives you that fire rate, that ammo regen. Rolls a bunch of good augments. Super Soldier is really good. Just for a lot of purposes. Too bad Roland wasn't wearing it. Yeah. He was changing gear when Jack popped up. It's unfortunate. Your fast build using Nova Burner on paper looks very promising. Nova Burner is quite good, damage-wise, Voodoo. But the thing is, it's got a small radius, and fire isn't really a favorable element to lock yourself to. You can get value out of it, but like... So if I was going to make a Nova Burner work, I would probably run it on Amara with Purple Tree Capstone so that the elemental lock doesn't become a concern. But at that point, you could just run other things, and they'd just work out to be strictly better. You standing there for longer than 5 seconds anyway. True, would have worn off. Like, Nova Burner's good, just, a little too awkward. Different Nova shields have different radius values. Frozen Heart being the biggest, followed by a tie between Black Hole and Void Rift. Stinger is pretty small compared to other Novas, actually. Or compared to those, at least. Stinger's a little harder to use. Void Rift and Frozen Heart are really tough competition for non-synchro Novas, yeah. Between the utility and the damage each of them offer, while also having bigger radius and more useful elements, it's really hard to compare anything else. Do that to get our action skill, get our clear the mind. Oh, I don't know my action skill. That's not supposed to happen. Whoopsie, I messed up. Oh, we could have one-shot that, but... I found purple triple Nova shields. Those are cool. The dedicated Nova shields tend to have more damage. But there's times where Nova parts are really good. Like, you can run Nova parts on a red suit for this build. I'm just running Power Charge because it helps out the Pestilence damage. But Nova parts in this are really good. The Flat Grenade build I was playing with the Fadeaway, I do run Nova Red Suit on that, and that's nice. You can only get double, but it's still good. Double Spike Red Suit. Spike parts are actually pretty capable of killing. Any damage that comes directly from a shield, for every shield except for the Stinger, gets that times 34 mayhem scaling that shields get. So they do good damage. They do good damage. Do one more of this, and then maybe we get a couple more speedrun attempts in. It's been very chill not being frustrated with Malawan. I know I was speedrunning when you guys came in, but the conversation and the build showcasing has given me an excuse to take a break. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I got ASA and Lightspeed. Yeah, let's change it up to the tryhard version. Not max level, no drive, good gear. It's one of those things that yeah, maybe needs a little more support from your kit in general. Game off stream. So what games do you play? I play some Diablo 3 off stream. Hades is one of those games that I always go back to. One of my favorite games of all time. Supremely good game. I do play a little bit of BL3 off stream. Not much, though. Really excited for Resident Evil 4 Remake. That comes out tonight. That's going to be my stream tomorrow. A lifelong Resident Evil fan. But mostly I play build crafting style games. I play roguelikes, and I play RPGs. Huge Cyberpunk 2077 fan. I was thinking about starting a new playthrough with some mods. Had the wrong action skill on. Alright, for a remaster. Nah, it's a remake. It's not just a remaster, it's like a whole new game. Different core mechanics and stuff while remaining faithful in spirit to the original. I've seen nothing but good reviews so far, and I played the demo and it was fantastic. We've been asking if you played Skyrim, Fallout, and how do you remember them making you feel like the first times? Skyrim, when it first came out, Skyrim was so like, I have different phases for how much I PC games. I did a little bit growing up. I did some when, like, Oblivion was the newest Elder Scrolls game, which is probably what built my hype for Skyrim. But then I went back to console gaming for a while. I got a laptop, gaming-capable laptop specifically so I could play Skyrim when that came out. A lot of good times with Skyrim. And, Fallout series, fantastic. I played a lot of Fallout 3 when that came out. A lot of New Vegas when that came out. Fallout 4 I played a little less. I like it as a game, it's just, it didn't have the RPG aspects that I was really into at the time, so I played it less than the others. Skyrim was one of those things that I think I've burnt every value all the value I'll ever get out of Skyrim, I've already seen it. It's one of those things I just can't go back to. But I can go back to Fallout games. Just the way my brain works, I suppose. Started my Elder Scrolls adventures in Morrowind. Oblivion was my first one. I'm in that unfortunate bracket where, because my first experience was a different game, it's very hard for me to appreciate Morrowind through the clunkiness and that it's, like, very dated. It's one of those things I acknowledge is an objectively good game that has had massive impact. It's just I have so much trouble playing it. But Oblivion, flawed though it may be, absolutely love that game. It's a way to get all the weapons and armor out of the Operation Anchorage DLC in Fallout 3. Yeah. Bethesda games are notorious for how easy it is to go around things they don't want you to do. I suppose this could extends to Obsidian games that are, you know, from the same engine. Like with New Vegas, despite it not being Bethesda, it's Obsidian, you can, like, take all of the money from the Dead Money DLC, even though the entire point of the DLC is to get you to let go of your greed. But you could just have it both ways. Because game bugs. Bethesda, Obsidian, Black Isle, yeah, everything in that sphere. Well said, thanks for answering. Kind of a big question to gamers. Legendary games had great impact on folks. Yeah, exactly. What do you guys think about The Outer Worlds? Have you played that? I think it's a really underrated gem of a game. I'm excited for the next one. Have it on my hard drive. I think it's worth your time. It plays like a mini New Vegas. Like, by mini, I mean mini. There's a lot less game there. But what is there is good. Enjoyed it, never played the DLCs though. I think the DLCs are great. I played them on stream. Actually, I think I only got to one of them on stream. Played the other one off stream. But I played, I think the first one chronologically on stream, and it was actually crying laughing from some of the dialogue and the weirdness, and it's just very, very flavorful. Let's put it that way, so I don't have to spoil. Another 14-minute speedrun on The Outer Worlds. I think it's 11 minutes, last I checked. Might be faster now. It's one of those games where, like, you can derail a lot of classic RPGs by just doing things that you know will advance the story before you're supposed to know them. And The Outer Worlds is one of those games that just lets you do that. So you can, as soon as you get access to, like, the first hub area, you could just grab the thing that lets you go to the second to last place in the story. Because nothing stops you, you just, on a first playthrough, you wouldn't know what that is. Right, you ask, bought new and played 4 hours and stopped, recently started a new playthrough, played 10 or so hours, dude, it's lovely. It's got so much personality to it. It's a very modest game because, like, it was developed on a budget and it was a lot of testing concepts for Obsidian. But I think they were definitely, like, in the right frame of mind when deving it, and it's got a lot to love.
So I'm really glad they're taking their time with the sequel, and I'm looking forward to that. Because all the Outer Worlds needed was just a bigger budget. That's all. Could have been as renowned as Fallout. Sorry, I'm focusing on it for a second. It's another one of those difficult to play builds. Okay, we're good. Do one of the Far Cry games by literally doing nothing for 20 minutes. Oh yeah, yeah. That's Far Cry. Is that 4? Very good game. Also, you saying Mini New Vegas is perfect. Haven't thought of a way to describe it. You can see and feel New Vegas coming through. Yeah, yeah. It's definitely got that vibe of like very dystopian, and the RPG elements are very present. Like there's so many ways to resolve conversations, and almost every NPC in the Outer Worlds is killable, and the story will like adjust. Like you can kill some seemingly very essential characters very early on, and they'll just have backups in place. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's 4. Far Cry 4 was my first Far Cry. Good stuff. I think Far Cry 4 is one of those. 3 and 4 are like very impactful for that era of games. Less so with 5 and onwards, but I do have an appreciation for the Far Cry series from a distance. I think they tell some cool stories. You know, open world sandbox stuff is always fun if you're in the mood for it. Underrated game is Crysis. Are we still measuring PC quality by whether or not it can run Crysis at ultra settings? Or have we finally moved past that? Easy fist over matter versus Woden. You catch that, Viper? You still here? Here you go. I just want to move past it because of his potato, but that is neither here nor there. I was playing the good guy. I never kill anyone without a quest or immediate aggro baddies. I find it really difficult to play, like, bad guy in a lot of RPGs. But there's one that it's just so... It fits. And that's Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2. Darkseid in that game hits different. it hits different. You feel like a true villain. Like, you're not just some psycho running around doing crazy stuff. You are a villain. Wonder if Fist Over Matter also goes through hitboxes. Oh, like Tandava does? I never thought about that. Far Cry 4 hit just before the Ubisoft open world hate came out. A lot of their games that era were massive for our current games. Rippled Ubi. Yeah. Far Cry 3 and 4. Assassin's Creed. Up through Black Flag. We'll do a couple more runs of this. I normally only go about 5 hours. and health has been a concern for me lately, but this is improving my spirits, so we'll keep chatting. The whole game just for that ending. Yeah, there's some games where the ending is just, I've been not okay. What was the last game like that for me? I think I might have been Stray. Those of you who are here for the Stray stream, how many times did I cry? It was at least 3. It was at least 3. All of them? All of the times? Yeah. Yeah. It's like I cried at the beginning, I cried at the end, cried like 20 minutes in. It might have just been the 3, actually. Yeah. This game with all the Wendigos in the forest, Until Dawn. Until Dawn. Forgot that I used that strat now. Whoopsie. Old muscle memory kicked in. Lost a couple seconds to that. I really got terrain blocked. So unfortunate. Slow. I want to redo that anyway. That would make you feel better. Hey, that means a lot. Quake, Mafia, Singularity, Fear, Half-Life, Painkiller, Return to Wolfenstein, Max Payne, and many others. I haven't played the Wolfenstein games, like the more recent ones, in a while. Youngblood was a disaster, but New Order, Old Blood, and New Colossus, fantastic shooters. Like, really old school feel, kind of in the same vein that Doom 2016 captures old school while being new school. Those are good games. Also very messed up in terms of what happens in them, but... And New Colossus was metal just for its marketing being, you can kill Nazis. Just very Wolfenstein, very, you know, everyone should be able to get behind this type of thing. I messed up. Should have overkill. I have to reload though. I need to test that. Can I consistently make that a thing? We're gonna test something. In a long game where the main character dies at the end, turns out to be a bad guy. It's an interesting trope in fiction of like turning your expectations of the protagonist being the hero on its head. It's like you want to be the good guy, but you're not always the good guy. And revealing that after the start can be a really good gut punch. Ooh, I think I like that strat. I can shoot the first one, rack attack the second one, and shoot the third one? Not bad movement. And I'm cryoed. Pain. Suffering. Had a lot of fun playing Nier Automata. Yeah, I think I'm gonna play that soon on stream. It's something that like I've seen playthroughs of. I'm familiar with it. I've not played it firsthand. I promised Priz that I would stream it. I was slow again.
sniper's that? Yeah, it's the disruptor. It's a disruptor. Hey John, how you doing? Good to see you. How goes the runs? We've had a couple decent ones. Mostly, a lot of today has been practicing and changing tech. Trying out a different route in the first room, using a gun that doesn't have a lot of speedrunning presence. Just because I got really frustrated with a kick charger being, like, one of the very few downsides of this gun is, despite it being what appears to be a pinpoint precise weapon, it doesn't actually go where the fuck you shoot it. And it really annoys me, because sometimes it can just go slightly off center, and the way my damage bonuses in this build work is if I miss one shot, the run's dead, because I only use the kick charger for very specific things throughout the run. Whereas with the disruptor, it's just more reliable. 61% accuracy moment, yeah. So a lot of today has been experimentation with that. Didn't mean to slide into that fish, but kind of worked out. Cryo is the worst. Oh, well, that's a reset. There are no enemies left to get overkill off of. Can't really beat it without playing through the game more than once. Yeah, I'm familiar with all that. It would be like, for stream content, I'd go through until the final ending and all that, and do the post-game. It's one of those things that it'd probably be a week of content. That one Mr. Presidented. Okay, I didn't die, so that was clean up until that guy decided to cross over just at that second. Good base. Awkward. Those weren't the best spawns I could have gotten there. Still, this is an okay run. I'm at least mechanically doing okay. Said before letting a Death Sphere escape. slightly slow. That's bad. There's poor choices. And bad aim. Well, I can still go for a Wotan time. Which just limits the clear time slow. Basically, I want to be opening this, like, gate here at or before the 3-minute mark if I can manage it. Just keep in mind the time I'm going for. I'm trying to get through 44. The Wotan fight from start of like having player control after the cutscene is gonna be 21 seconds minimum with how this build functions. So I need to be entering the fight before the 3:23 mark at the absolute latest. So if I'm getting the gate open at 3:07, then that's just like not possible to get record. Getting my gallbladder out is probably the worst thing ever to happen to me in terms of my health and nauseous and dizzy all day. Oh no, I don't know. I wouldn't begin to know what would help in that situation, but I hope you can find it manageable. Someone with chronic health stuff, I can definitely sympathize. I do lose like a half a second there. We got the long jump. 1 in 3 chance of that happening, and if the boss does do that, then it's not record because it's just slower. So as long as I don't move too much, I'm okay. Yeah, gallbladder issues are no joke. Yeah, doesn't sound pleasant. Let's run another one. Let's go 1 or 2 more runs. You know what a trident is? Yeah. Like the gum, right? Thought it was a 3-pronged spear. It is. The joke is that there's a gum trident. It was a bad joke. But yes. Aim punch. Ugh. Awkward. Oh. I don't think I have enough overkill now. We'll see. I have to reset either way. Trident come. Freudian slip, Ember. Huh, I do. Cool. Less than I thought. Although that doing that is a time loss. Little scuffed. Extremely scuffed. Still fast enough that, like, it's good practice, but I am about 10 seconds behind where I would like to be. And that matters a lot for a run that's less than 4 minutes long. saw for the past 8 months. So that sounds awful. I'm sorry. Yeah, we got slow boxes as well. So this is what I consider a slow run. Like, not slow enough for me to have reset it already, but slow enough that I know that there's 0 chance of this coming close to PP. But I don't always reset on these runs because it's good practice. I can tighten up how I handle the bridge. Things like that don't happen. .307 again. I recovered time by having a good bridge. A thermal. No, gearbox has such a crashing issue. Series X and 101's crashes a bit too often. A huge problem. BO3 is really understand it because something like Fallout 4 never crashes. Game that's not optimized very well, that's also like pushing the envelope more. Like a lot of AAA releases between 2019 and now don't do well on older hardware in particular, just because it's past its prime. And it applies less to new gen consoles, but it's still relevant just because they're not super well optimized. Someone came into your chat and started making racist remarks. Would you ban them? Yes. What kind of question is that? Like, yes. Is this bait? Is it worth actually using Disruptor, by the way? You think dealing with Kickstarter RNG is worth it? So, like, I don't think the Disruptor is more worth it. I think it'll work out to be functionally near equal, but the Disruptor frustrates me less because if it fails, it's on me rather than the game just deciding no, if that makes sense. How's Frozen Heart, Void Rift, and MTD and not enough damage to outdo all the shields? It should be enough, but I don't really find that I need the extra radius. Like, Frozen Heart could be a slightly faster bridge clear, I guess. Hey, Soccer Chick, how you doing? Hey, Ms. Up, always at the ready. Can't play Fallout 4 on my Xbox One with mods. It'll crash instantly. Oh, well, that's surprising. Fallout 4 is a little bit of an older game. I would think it would run better, but here you go. That was a good one. Wondering if Frozen Heart Radius would allow you to stand closer to the truck and have less nade reliance for the further spawn. Yeah, it would. It would. I can try it out. I'm not doing that. Frozen Heart might also make getting the overkill for the turret guys more consistent because I'm hitting more things. I'll try it out. What in the world? What's up, Promethea? Whispering Ice Grenade is a good grenade. It would just be more detrimental to me in the setup, because it wouldn't kill as well as the fish slap while being more dangerous to me than the fish slap. Takedown is quick. Yeah, you can see some really fast runs on the boards there. Hi, Kevin. It's my cat. He's doing cat things. You can't quite see him right now.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a
Yeah.
Kevin near you.
He's a good boy. Mose isn't even finished that fast. Well, Mose in general doesn't clear Malawan takedown as quickly outside of a hyper-optimized speedrun setup. And even if we look at the leaderboards, Mose on an optimized speedrun setup is still clearing slower than the others. Certain characters are more or less suited to certain kinds of content. For example, Mose absolutely bullies the other characters in Circles of Slaughter, because you don't need to move long distances, and Mose is really good at area denial. But for something like the Guardian takedown, Zane moves across long distances very quickly and is good at locking down zones, and Flak can just, as they move through an area, kill everything near them in a way that Mose kind of struggles to do. So it'll depend on content. Heard a few things about Redfall don't excite me. I was very curious about that game because Bethesda. I don't really have much interest in online-only games like that, and a lot of the hype seems to be by the same people who get hyped for every new looter and then burn out in 2 weeks. So, I'll wait and see. Mo's having such a massive lead over Zane in Circle Slaughter still surprises me. You'd think they'd be closer together, but just the way Mose handles the Lucky 7 really helps. ESO's turned into the ultimate money pit. I think that's the end fate of any RPG, or not RPG, MMORPG, excuse me. Which is one of the things that amused me when I saw some buzz about people were talking about the idea of a Borderlands MMO. I'm like, Borderlands fans don't like paying money, so it wouldn't go well. I'd play it. It'd be cool. It would not be received well. How did that not kill? What? These fucking guys. I'm just killing him for revenge, but... I understand CZ now. He's tough to understand, we still love him. It's true. Borderlands is one of the friendliest DLC models and takes a ton of flack for it. MMO would be shredded instantly. Yeah, people got absolutely livid when they announced a second season with a cheaper season pass and then gave free content that had not been part of the first pass to anyone with either pass. They did that while also having free content updates such as Cartels, Bloody Harvest, both takedowns, all that. And a large chunk of the Borderlands fanbase still tries to make themselves out to be martyrs dying on their not buying DLC swords. But like, the second you bring an actual monetization model that could be construed as predatory, such as every MMO ever, very different. I just like the Disruptor more. I just like it. See behind the porcelain? Oh, sorry. The first. Never gotten stuck there before. Those didn't die. Probably because I didn't have the GA, but see, those guys didn't die either. I don't know if that matters, but I'm getting a lot of stragglers living. Nothing that's stopped me from progressing yet. It's just visually concerning. We'll see how it works out in the actual fight. Like, not super fast, but I don't think it's hurting me. Well, that hurt me. But I don't really lose time to that either. I can stand here with the Frozen Heart. That's something that wouldn't be on the table with Stinger, because my Novas will hit the spawns from there. What annoyance does this GA have? Is this AC melee or 150 over 90? It's 150 over 90 would solve that. Slow. Scammed? Where's the text-to-speech? Where is it? Thank you for the 500 bits. But, like, where is it? I was listening and nothing happened. Slide through the ratchet area towards middle turret and snipe them all closer range. I could try it. AC Miller. Okay. Thank you, Pris. Yeah, I'll try the 150 over 91. It does affect how I handle the Wotan kill, but I'll just have to get good. Or maybe before I shake things up that much, I'll try. I don't want to change too many things per attempt. I'll try going through the middle with the disruptor, because I tried that with the kick charger, but you're TDS doesn't work when you use counterfeit bits. Stop right there, criminal scum. So not used to going this way. It's kind of like the same. I still... Oh, except this way I can get bopped by Ratch and lose time that way. I don't think I'll do that. Like, that was 3 seconds slower. Now, granted, a lot of that time was just me being stuck on random shit. But I still don't love that. Rip overkill. Horrifying moment after you wash your face, realize the flavor is still stuck in your mustache. Oh no. Need to shave my mustache. It's been too much of a flavor saver lately. Bad movement. Yeah, let me reset that. They would kick my ass if I shaved it off. Mine would love if I did. Ew, flavor saver. Hey, silent. What were you eating? Because that happens to me all the time with ass. Ah, classic Nunu. Hi, Nunu. How you doing? I have to watch your stream from the beginning later. Came into stream so late. Quick recap. I did some Amara build stuff early on, then did some Flak speedrunning, then some more Amara build stuff, and then some Flak build stuff, and now we're back to Flak speedrunning. I'm trying out running a disruptor for the turret guys in Malawan, just because I got really, really triggered by the kick charger just choosing to miss despite my lineup being accurate. So now I'm just making things harder than I need to. See, that takes the same amount of time, and the only way it fails is if I miss. The game can't tell me to fuck off. So that's why I'm doing that now. Oh, that's a reset. That would have been a good one too. Quag aim is getting better, honestly. I can aim, it's just Borderlands doesn't make me aim, so I don't. And then when I'm playing Borderlands, I can't. It's fast up until Kraken. Yeah. Blame the gun when I miss as well. Yeah, Civil, do you blame it when you stand in avoidable explosions? Got him. How you doing? Fun fact, avoidable explosion was my nickname in high school. That sucks. Play it out though. I need the practice. Erica, no one ever. Too raw. Too raw. Why do you have so many nicknames in high school? Kids are mean. Really? Fuck that dude in particular. Love K6's nickname in high school was FEMA. Slow to respond, barely had satisfying results. Oof. God damn. Ironically, Nick was never one of those names. It's true. No, but I didn't actually have that experience in high school. That experience stopped for me when I got to high school. I had it really rough before then, but in high school it was better. I'm one of those rare people where high school is a much better experience for me than like middle school, elementary school. A lot of that was in high school. I was no longer like the only black kid. That helped a lot. Same actually meaning to stop wearing boy clothes. Just the way you phrase that makes me violently angry on your behalf, Soccer. I'm sorry for that bullshit. Shouldn't have trusted my aim. As a reset. I'm being very picky with my resets. Already called me Ghost or Boots in high school because you either couldn't find me or hear my boots click as I went by. Those are harmless ones, I guess. Played soccer every day. I don't know what they expected me to wear. Ugh. Football gear. I see what you did there. Time is it? It's only almost 4. Okay. There is a faster strat I could use for Courtyard, but it's like really toxic. I could spec Megavore and just hope I crit. Just hope. But that's really toxic. Like, I don't want to do those runs. I guess my racks didn't kill anything. Twice in a row. Oh, we finally killed something. Let's make the whole run RNG based. It's fine. I'm making all these adjustments and doing all these resets just to practice the first minute and a half of the content. Like, my errors don't tend to happen until the final fight or are in this first room. So essentially, I would like to have a consistent way of getting through that gate before the 11-second mark. Why no kick charger? Because earlier today the kick charger frustrated the shit out of me because it doesn't go where you shoot it. So see my crosshair here? That's not where it was. That's still not where it was. Still not where it was. Kick charger is not precise, despite being a precision weapon. So if I missed, did I try for Frozen Heart? Yeah, I didn't like it. Like, I need 150/90 on my GA for Frozen Heart to feel good, but that makes my Wotan fight riskier. I'll play it out just for the benefit of the conversation. It's possible for me to adjust, it's just I would have to do different things, which I'm open to. But yeah, kick charger is not perfectly accurate, whereas disruptor is. And I'm okay with resetting runs to my own errors. I'm not okay with the game deciding that that shot just is not gonna go where I put it. So I am okay with running the disruptor. have stragglers back there because I didn't secure the kill. It's still not like a run killer. Like, I ended up getting to Kraken at about the same time. That's a run killer, sliding to my own fish. Didn't mean to make you do it again. I think I missed it. No, no, you're fine. You're fine. I want to try anyway, because last time I didn't try it with the 150 over 90, so we're testing that now. Always do segmented runs. We have particular rules for time trials, and I like running under the time trial rule set. Oh, cool. Let's... Took out the wrong gun. Muscle memory. So even with me doing very slow lineups there, it was only 2 seconds slower. I'm like kind of okay with that because it's consistent. Yeah, like Frozen Heart is the same speed. That's unfortunate. Play this out. I need to practice. Void Rift has that delayed damage. Void Rift could be good. I hadn't tried that out. Yeah, I could try out Void Rift. Void Rift also hits harder than Frozen Heart. So, barrel danger with Void Rift. I'll just not be near barrels. Oh hey, the redemption actually works 5.5 hours in for once? That's wild. Nice, continue playing a dead run to practice. Too bad in my case need to practice on Skag. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the thing with Void Rift is I would have to throw more fish because I need upfront damage sometimes. But I'm open to trying it out. Like, Void Rift's gonna hit harder. It's gonna be, I don't know about safer, because it pulls hazards into me, but it also means enemies shoot me less frequently. We'll see. See what happens. Cleanse the chat with quack, 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 chat, quack. Good one night bot. Or I actually forgot about probably most of them. Hey, some old guy. That was earlier. We did speedrunner right now, but Fist Over Matter did some good content with. Did some Fracture. Did a little bit of Deliverance, but that one deserves to be forgotten about. Cool. A little awkward, but manageable. As long as I position well, should functionally work out to be like the same-ish. Until that happens. Okay, yeah, maybe that is a problem. Not follow. Hey, I appreciate that. Deliverance actually worse Amara action skill? It honestly might be. Like, the thing is, Deliverance on its own, like in a vacuum without comparing it to the other action skill variants, will be better than Downfall on its own peak to peak, I think. But like, yeah, Downfall is stronger. You just get it less frequently. Downfall has more downsides, but Deliverance is functionally just a downgrade of Phase Cast. You could argue the same for Downfall versus Phase Slam. It's really not clear cut. I would rather use Downfall than Deliverance though, so I guess that plays a role. If the dots applied by Deliverance were actually strong, it'd be good. But yeah, it's just not a good action skill. Ugh. Why game? Killed something. I guess I gotta make sure to deal with the barrels with this. Yeah, this will be slow, but this is more like proof of concept. Can this work within the framework of the run? Be sure now, so I'll go quick camera shit. No, take it easy. You never make your best content when you're not feeling your best. Take back that Downfall slander. Technically, it's Downfall libel. Yeah, this is like serviceable, but the damage delay does make this wonky. Technically, it's Downfall truth. The fact of the matter is you can make Downfall kill things. You can make Downfall the centerpiece of a build that functions, if in a clunky way. Deliverance has... I've yet to see Deliverance in a situation where it works better because it's Deliverance. Because it just works out to be worse phase cast. So weaker than the most basic version of that action skill. Whereas Reverberation and Tandava are good and can both be built around. Deliverance is just a downgrade. Downfall spits a laser on you. Not at 1 kilometer an hour. Ooh. Just because it works doesn't mean it's good. Flag Purple Tree works, but you're trolling if you use a single point in purple. I can't argue with that. It's furry asshole. See, my cats are always sweet. Unless Jake is hungry, in which case he tries to eat me. Stinger consistency really hard to beat. So what I hit with the Stinger is dead. Kick charges is Randy's eyes. How good's Randy's vision? Shot slow. Gross. Downfall doesn't even last long enough to make cool drawings. Dr. Seven, can you make Downfall come out horizontally instead of vertically? Aim punch. You saw that. Pain. She has a full food bowl, fresh water, clean litter, cat-infused toys, and comfy beds. Apparently my presence is offensive. Cats are like people. They have personalities. Sometimes they get in moods. You can make a tiny downfall wiener if you're good enough. Tried for a bit. All I gotta do is make Amara stand upright while shooting a beam straight down. So when she's still hovering, the downfall comes out of her ass instead? Yes. No cryo this time. That's a win. Such a mod wouldn't be time trials legal silent, so it's a moot point. It doesn't matter. And my rack's a bad timing window. That's unfortunate. That would have been a good run. Make Blasphemous favor Revenant 2.0. Nah, make it free the soul. It's already free the soul. No. Don't you slander free the soul. Libel free the soul. Whichever. It's just bad. No idea how close you are to what I did with it at first, and I deleted the skill. Huh. Neat. I'll take my reset. Someone tell me, why does time? Time is offensive. I want to try that again. I want to see if that's consistent. 2017 wasn't that long ago. For me, 2017 still feels like a couple years ago. It was 6 years. That was 6 years ago. 2014 feels like, you know, just a little while. Nope, that was 9 years ago. 9 years ago. Aim punch. 2004, not too long ago. 19 years ago. Stop, Nunu. Like the Freeman projectile? That's cool. Too much crazy pad in the last 4 years, made it all kind of blur. True. That would have been a 9-second, but I missed. See, I'm okay with that because that was my fault. Not the kick charger's fault. What can I do? Stop getting rammed by survival? Stop running it. That simple. It's nice to have multiple categories you have interest in pushing because when one of them is walling you, you just run a different one. Practice. Or like Keck Charger, am I right? So true, bestie. Ken, I was so tilted before. For all people talk about how overpowered Kick Charger is, and you know, it is. It still gets more credit than it deserves. How are you alive? What is happening there? Major Kong though, if only at accuracy. Yeah, the Kong outdoes the Kick Charger by a country mile, damage-wise, and in mobbing capability. It's just, you know, uncontrollable. And for this exact scenario, I do need something precise. Ugh. RNG run with Major Kong next. What, I just try the Kong for this? I mean... why am I considering it? Fuck it, why not? Yeah, that's my thought. Like... it's not gonna work. You're a bad influence, Ember. It's not like I can aim anyway. My aim's degraded as the stream's gone. Fuck it, we'll do it live. This is not gonna work. Never been Omega bombed. Run with the Hive and anything that increases projectile damage. Hive is good. It's just slow for this purpose. They're an alpha bonk? I don't think so. We could have an alpha bonk. Snow over here chuckling. Yeah, this is your fault. This is not going to work. Oh, I forgot about the COV animation thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Okay. It might work. It didn't. Wow. Yeah, Major Kong, bad gun. Yeah, throw it in the trash. Deathless be Snowdrift? Yes. Yeah, my mallet graphic for Alpha Bonk. Try to get spicy and strafe that shot. Maybe I'll just fucking get closer for that. I need consistency. No sending people to Shadow Realm. Stream shot title. Ha. Nice. Mobile play soccer as a beginning stream. Is soccer live? That'll give me an excuse to end. No, her delay? Oh. Disappoint. Soccer, go live. A bad friend. Ow. They ouchied me. They ouchied me quite severely. I don't know if I have overkill. We'll find out. If you insist, are you gonna? Oh, that was just stupidity. Oh, let me die, pet. Let me die. Good, today's my Friday. I don't know. Well, I'm probably gonna end in the next 10 minutes. So, imagine having Friday on a Thursday. I keep forgetting today is Thursday. That's a problem. Maybe. I thought I shot too soon. That was like the earliest possible I could have successfully done that. Cool. That fish bounce actually saved me. I got very lucky with how the fish slap tried to screw me, and that it actually ended up saving the run twice. That's kind of funny. Actually, referencing race. Nice. Force people to do stuff that make people watch. Priz, you do that like every day. There is literally nothing that Prismatic will not gaslight me into doing. I have no grenades, so I actually need to go to the vendor. First time that's happened in a while. So yeah, I'm 5 seconds too slow to get record. I needed to be 5 seconds faster here. More like 7 actually. Oh, and then that happened, so it wasn't gonna happen anyway. That's okay. This was a good run. It was about 4 minutes. I was a second slow. Hypocrisy is basically my entire middle name. Shut. Not hard, all I had to do was say fuck it, why not? Yeah, I'm very easy to goad into testing things. Is 128 the highest roll for slide speed? Yeah, it depends on your character level. So 128 is what a Snowdrift will be at level 72 at orange quality. It'll be lower if you're lower level. That's what I say to get hard. I guess that also makes sense. Yeah, we had some good runs today. One came within 3 seconds of PBing. It's just, I gotta practice with the Disruptor strat and also just get good. Only thing not easy is skipping your game's backlog. I can't speak anymore. But yeah, true. Anyway, yeah, that's it for today. Soccer live yet? Soccer is live. It worked. Just manipulate your friends. RE4 tomorrow. Yeah. The plan for tomorrow's stream is RE4 remake. I might try to start earlier. Hopefully, you know, providing my health allows me to stream and stuff. Yeah, RE4 tomorrow. Goal is to do the whole game. We'll see what happens. Thank you guys for hanging out today. Once again, I apologize for the inconsistent stream schedule. I had other stuff I wanted to do this week that kind of feel very bummed about not being able to do, but gotta take care of me. Raid message would be this. Global Rogue, Minesweeper, Pearl, Super Soldier, CMT. Pearl's not really suited to Moe's formula-wise, especially with a gun that doesn't shoot frequently like that, especially with Minesweeper. But Global Rogue, underrated gun. Minesweeper, good. CMT, overrated. We'll talk Moe's build stuff next time. Mostly because I'm hungry. But yeah, copy that if you got my emotes. If you don't, that's okay. Soccer Chick is another content creator, talented land speedrunner, all that stuff. She's good people, and you'll enjoy the time over there. Have a good one. Bye-bye.